At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
All right. Thank you, Houston. We've got her from here. How you all doing out there, guys? Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. How's everybody doing? I'm up here 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. We got all kinds of science going on up here. Going to have a little discussion about rational thought, or thereby the lack of rational thought, which there seems to be a lot. I saw we had our good friend Sean Hawkins was in the chat here a little bit ago. I think he's got a little bit of a crush on me. Yeah, understandable. Absolutely understandable. But sorry, Sean. I really wish Sean would come up on the panel and talk with us one night. But we all know that he's not going to do that. If anybody's seen the piss poor production value involved in his live streams, you may understand why. He doesn't really have a whole lot to say. He's got a vocabulary of about maybe 8 words. 3 of them consist of just stupidity. So let's see who I've got up in here. I've got username redacted. Good to see you. Plowboy 6656, Illusory Truth, CJ Mobley, Charlie B, and Austin Murphy. And I'm sure there's others that are coming in here. So we were talking about rational thoughts. So when I first heard about it, I thought, that's fucking crazy. Who in the world would do anything like that, right? But then I thought, cutting off your wiener sounds like a damn fine idea to me. What is going through somebody's head? And then to have people encourage it. The fuck is wrong with people, man? Right? Or I'll see these people walk up to somebody on the street who's videotaping and put their face in the camera and say, "Don't record me." So you have to wonder, What's wrong with somebody's mind when they're doing shit like this? Or here's one. A person will go out of their way to make it look like they've been bobbing for fishing tackle, make their hair some kind of bizarre color and style, and then want to cry the blues because people treat them differently. Wasn't that what you were going for? Isn't that the kind of shit you were going for so that you could? Oh my. Subtitle says what we all need and get here. Thanks. Well, we try to. It's like you got to look at things with a little moniker of common sense. Does this make sense? For instance, right now there's a huge clamoring once again by the communists to give up the guns. Got to give up the guns. Got to give up the guns. But you don't ever hear anybody say, drunk driving is really a problem in this nation. We need to take away everybody's car. We don't ever hear that, do we? Same thing. Same type of thinking going on there. There's Angela Baby Carson's in here too. V. Macamus. That's the same type of thinking, and it goes right down to the same type of thinking that they indoctrinate you with in the school. That you have to bring enough for everybody, and so abused the swing set, so no one is going to be allowed to use it. What the fuck kind of shit is that? Go after the person that fucked up, not the rest of society. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, alcohol tax. So you have to wonder what are these so here's some more of this crazy ass thinking. We have to do something about the number of illegal aliens in the United States. So what's their first step? Is, well, real simple. We just don't call them that anymore, and then problem solved. I also think it's awful damn funny that all these cities that wanted to be all kumbaya and we're going to be a sanctuary city and these people can come in here and they don't need to be screened and vetted. You just let anybody come through the border. Oh, okay. So Texas started shipping all their migrants up to Chicago. So there, now how you like that? How's that work for you? You're the ones that wanted them so badly, so here you go. Now they're having a problem where they're crying and wanting Governor Abbott to stop doing that. I think it's funny as shit. I mean, we understand what the purpose behind that is, because every one of those that you let through and subsequently let vote is going to vote for the people that let them come in here, and that's, of course, they've been doing that forever. Johnson even is quoted as saying about the Civil Rights Bill he says, gentlemen, he said, if you pass this piece of legislation, I'll have the inners voting Democrat for the next 100 years. So it wasn't about bringing them up equally or anything. And that's part of what they do too, with this affirmative action and this preferential treatment based on that. Goes completely against what the idea of judging a person by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin goes completely against it. Completely. I mean, I mentioned this the other night. If would a person be offended if they were actually told straight up front, you don't really have any qualifications for a job, but we're going to hire you merely because you're black, or merely because you're a woman, or merely because you're a lesbian, or whatever the case may be. If that was the only reason you found out that you were hired for that job, would you be offended by it? Chances are you probably wouldn't, because you're getting paid. But they would be the very first ones to bitch and complain when the company goes to trimming the fat. If they're one of the first ones to let go, then they'll say it's racism or sexism or some other ism that they decide. So you can't fight racism or sexism by being racist or sexist. You just fucking can't do it. All right. That's just the reality, because in order to do that, you have to be racist in order to implement those policies. I myself missed out on an apprenticeship with Buick Olds Cadillac merely by the color of my skin. That was it. I was actually the more qualified candidate, but because I was white, I didn't get it. So did I go screaming racism? Well, I could have. Would it have done any fucking good? Absolutely not. None whatsoever. If it was the other way around, then it would be a different story. I could probably end up with a lawsuit and all kinds of money. But Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Hi, Barbara. I'm beginning to understand what addicts go through. Why is that, Jehovah? What addicts go through? Yeah, there's another rational thought. I don't understand how meth has proliferated. Having just about everybody having seen the results of the use of this, what it does to people. What is going on in somebody's head? They're like, hey, that looks like that's how I want to be. I think I'll try that. Or is it more akin to the idea that I'm different, so it won't happen to me? Poor Fabio, he's getting old, and he's like the old man in the rest home with PTSD, just like out of nowhere. He says, incoming, and starts diving under the desk. And it's like, okay, dog, it's fine. There's nobody here. Oh my God. So let's see. We had people changing their name in here. MCAX is here. Go train spotting. Did you change your name? What else we got? Spreading wings, a few flaps above the rest. Crash land. So yeah, that's I have to wonder what's going on in the minds of these people. Even these Fortune 500 companies, of course, we know what that's about, that they would go ahead and, like YouTube. I think if you recognize patterns, those of you that may have noticed that the platform we're on right now, of course, we're on Rumble as well. Did I forget to put that down in the description? I may have to go ahead and do that while we're talking. Just a second here. Well, we'll get it. Hang on one second. Let me do something here. If I go over to here, and I go to here, and I say, like that. Then all I got to do, watch here. This is going to be so cool. This is going to be so cool. So, not really too sure about what Sean Hawkins' deal is here recently, but I do want to thank him for at least promoting my videos. I noticed that he had shared it here the other night, and I wanted to thank him for that. I really would like him to go ahead and come on up though one time and have a civil discussion. There we go. Cannot save. Why? Oh, that's why. There we go. Now we're all set. So now, as I was saying before, my Rumble link is over down in the description. It should be now. And so if you would like, go over and subscribe to my Rumble channel. And that way, if we get into anything that we can't discuss here on the YouTube platform, we can just tell YouTube to blow it and just go over there. So as I was saying with our good friend Sean, we definitely need to get him to come on up on the show. You don't have to worry. Nobody's going to beat him up. He does seem like he's a very angry person. I really thought it was retarded of him that he was going to sit down and actually go over Austin Witzett's material and try to go head to head with that. But if your only response to anything in a reaction video is, huh, fucking idiots, deny science, let's see if he's right. Hey, Siri. Come on. You could do that with anything. That's probably why his channel sucks so bad. Just, you know, how many you could just watch the same fucking video over and over and over and it'd be the same goddamn thing. That's it, you know. Anyway, I'm going to put a link up in here for anybody that would like to come up. Some of that. Yeah. What I think one of the things I'm getting the biggest tire of is just the level of deceit that's out there. We showed on here yesterday where Max Egan took that flight from Santiago to Sydney. And his little display thing that they have on there will show you where your plane is at and what direction it's heading and everything. And we found that was a blatant lie to the passengers on the aircraft, because as the compass was telling them that they were going northwest, the actual compass that Max Egan took on board with him was showing that they were going southwest. So we've already got a level of deceit there. So can we really rely on the information that we get? I'm also kind of skeptical as to these actual nonstop flights really actually existing. I mean, they can show up on the flight radar and everything else like that, but does that actually mean they're there? Does it? No, it doesn't. Are the airlines capable of deceit? Absolutely. We've shown that with the video I showed yesterday with Max Egan. In fact, we'll watch that real quick again so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's see. Let me make this big. And we'll pull that up like so. All right. So what this was Max Egan. I don't know if some of you may know who he is. Took a hello, ZXL Master. Good to see you, buddy. A compass on board with him on that flight. And so this is what you see.
So as you can see, the compass is clearly showing southwest or west-southwest, and the on-screen display is showing it is going northwest. Something is clearly weird about that particular flight, which seems to show northwest as the intended path of the flight, yet Max clearly showed the flight was showing southwest on his compass, and he claims that it showed southwest the entire time he was awake. Let me show you a flat earth map so you can get an idea of why that's a big deal. Now, let me look at the flight as it would take place here on the Gleason's map. And if you look at the lines that have the green on them, those are lines where the plane would be flying northwest. The line with the purple would be flying about west. And then all the yellow lines would be flying southwest. So the interesting thing there is when Max said that the second half of his trip, the entire time he was awake, his compass was showing southwest. That would make sense with all the yellow lines, as you see. Remember, north is relative to where you're at with south behind you. So that's what those little pink lines show us. And as you can see, all the yellow lines are actually a southwest flight direction, where on a globe, he should have been going northwest.
So the on-screen display in the aircraft was blatantly lying to make the deception of the globe. I think that's interesting. So I'm also skeptical as to, you know, how many people at a cheapest flight rate seat at $1,500, anywhere between $1,500 to $3,000, and you've got to fill the plane. You got to fill the plane for this flight. So I don't know how they would have enough passengers to make this be a regular flight. I don't know. Maybe they do, but it just seems like, especially at that price, I don't know, is $3,000 not very much money in Chile? Is $3,000 not very much money in Australia? I don't know. I would definitely want to find out more, because there's obviously, they say it's about a 12-hour flight, which means that plane has got to be moving, because we know already that we're not on a ball. We know that the globe is not even possible. One of the biggest reasons we know that is because we cannot prove any curvature. There is no measurable curvature, and there must be measurable curvature involved in order for it to be a ball 24,000 miles in circumference. That's just all there is to it. You would have to have approximately 7.9 inches per mile squared of curvature, at least up to 1,000 miles. We don't have that. So, is it possible that the plane is going faster? Is it possible than what we're being told? Because their distance that they say is 7,060 miles. It's more than 7,060 miles. The 787 has a range of 8,000 miles. So we know that the plane definitely has the range for that. Okay. Now, as far as the speed, now that's what we have to figure out. Are they picking up trade winds? Is the plane actually capable of more speed than what we're told? Would they lie about it? Of course they would. Absolutely, they would lie about it, because we just saw that they do lie about it. There's an actual compass in comparison to the information that the airline is giving you. So which one is right? The actual compass or the computerized display? I would have to say the actual compass was the one that was correct. And so therefore they are deceiving. They are deceiving, which means that they absolutely know, and they're in on the deceit. So there it is. It's that simple. Let me see. Did I already do this? Boom, 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 boom. Where are we at? We're here. We got to go here. We got to put this in here. We'll go like that. Then we're going to say pin. There it is. Everybody's happy now. Y'all, anybody that wishes can come in. I sent a link to Ryan from Burn the Corporate Fiction. And is this me here? Yeah, I guess it is. All right, so we're going to put this in here too. Like so. There it is. So that's it. What's it? A number of things can deworm and cure NPC. Oh. Okay. Matrix Soul Trap. You could get me in trouble with some of that shit, man. Phone's dying, pulling up. I'm pulling this on the big screen. Well, there you go. And so you got to do what you got to do, right? Definitely got to do what you got to do. So we're seeing some craziness occurring in our world here today. Lots of non-rational thinking going on. See, the rational thinker would go, wow, this war-torn Kiev, really some rough shit going on there. How the hell is a decrepit old man like Biden or some decrepit old woman like Nancy Pelosi just casually roll into a war zone, a war-torn area, and meet with the president of Ukraine, or Sean Penn or some other actor or whatever? Just fly into a war zone and go meet with somebody. Just do it. We just can do that. There's no danger involved at all. Are you goddamn? Nobody thinking whatsoever. I've told everybody on here before, you're watching a fucking movie. You're watching a production. It's a production. None of that is really actually taking place. What is really taking place, you don't know about, and what isn't really taking place is what they want to tell you is going on. It's really great. I think it was William Casey of the CIA. He said, our plan will be complete when everything the American public knows is a lie. So it is that important for them to deceive us. And the worst thing is because of so many people's belief in authority figures and their deception that they live under, they'll believe preposterous shit. They will believe the most preposterous things. They will, hey, did you know that you're a monkey that lives on a spinning water ball that flies through space? Oh, I am. That's really cool. Instead of like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's some of the most ridiculous shit. Think about that. Think about that. A monkey that lives on a spinning water ball flying through the space. It's a ridiculous fucking concept to begin with, but people will believe it and they'll hold on to it because that perception of these people is so fucking tight. Half the time can't even be cured. I had a couple of them visiting our chat there last night. They're from over on some bootlicker channels and shit. And it's like, just go the fuck away. I don't even want to waste my time with you. You know, those are the type of people I don't even want to fucking waste my time with. They're just, I don't know. They just irritate the fucking piss out of me. That Lisa broad, she's just the worst fucking bootlicker. Just, I knew a girl just like her. I think that's one of the reasons I can't stand her so much. I knew somebody exactly like her. I ended up tying her hair to the back of her chair. So when the bell rang, she stood up and about jerked her fucking head off. But I digress. Some of these people, they'll come on there. Now, this conundrum we have with this flight, the obvious answer is that the plane is obviously going much faster than they're telling us. That is the only fucking answer. Because it doesn't mean that, oh, well, that means the Earth is a globe then. No, it doesn't fucking mean that at all. Because here's what means the Earth is a globe. You show me some measurable curvature. That's all I need. Measurable curvature. Show me that 8 inches per mile squared, and then we'll have a ball. Show me a demonstration of a gas pressure system inside of a vacuum without containment. Okay. Then we got something. Okay. Until you can do that, the rest of it's all just fantasy. It's all fantasy, all based on assumptions and speculations. Well, we have this thing called gravity. Well, what is it? Well, we're really not fucking sure. We don't know. But we're going to go ahead and prescribe this quality to other objects that we can't see or touch or really look at close up. But we're just going to go ahead and say that those objects have this same quality as well. Then they wonder why we're in 2023. We're so advanced. No, we're not. No, we're not. And I don't think that we are responsible for the advancements that we have. I think that we're given this technology. I think this technology's trickled into us from somewhere else. Because most of the shit that we come up with, we're basing it off of false premises. Completely false premises. I mean, right up to all these people walking around with, you know, the NASA and scientists and shit, and they're claiming these, yes, we know that the sun is 93 million miles away. No, you don't fucking know that at all. How do you know that? Where did you get that from? And when you look into it, you'll find that that calculation had assumptive values placed within it. And if you put an assumptive value, well, then that's what your answer is going to be, is assumptive. It's nothing difficult about it at all. So I don't know. I don't think Ryan's going to be joining us. I'm not going to stay on a long time. Let's see what else is going on in here. Just thought I would come on here real quick and touch base. We had this massive shooting, another shooting, this time at a mall in Dallas. And let's see, what are they saying? Let's see. Air raid alerts over Ukraine. I'm trying to see if there's any more about that. And aggressive January, so they got the longest sentence of any. Here's one of these guys, the January 6th people. They gave him 6 years. A Kentucky man with 38 prior convictions received the longest January 6th sentence yet. The judge sentenced Peter Schwartz to 14 years in prison. Used stolen police pepper spray to attack officers several times that day. Probably worked for the FBI. That's what it sounds like to me. I mean, I think that I think that most of the time when you see these things occur, and they say, the FBI infiltrated and busted this thing, and you find out that, of the 6 conspirators, 5 of them were FBI undercover agents. It's like, and the one guy that's a half-wit that you talked into it is the one that you're going to put in jail. Oh my God. Holy cow. Holy cow. There's Renee Bernays. I wondered if she'd make it. Yeah, convexity has never been proven. That's what I've been saying. So this means only one thing: that if indeed there is an aircraft that is making it from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia in 12 hours, it is going much faster than the purported speed said of that aircraft. There's no other way around that. There is no other way around it. And I wouldn't doubt it. Now, it's also, is it possible that they can get to an altitude or to an area where they pick up trade winds? Absolutely. Tailwinds? Absolutely. But I would tend to think that in the year 2023, that a modern new airliner probably can go much faster than what they're telling us in the specifications. Now, I do know it says it has a range of over 8,000 miles. But maybe it's further than that. You're not using fuel and you're going with a trade wind, you could do that. But there's some manner of deception taking place there, because we know the distances between these places. We know the direct route from one place to the other. So this only leaves one thing left. Since we've already proven that the airlines are deceptive in the information that is given to the people that fly on the aircraft, as was seen in the video, it stands to reason that they could be deceptive about any of it. So I don't know. We'll have to keep our ears open on that. We'll have to keep our checking of it. But I am also really kind of skeptical as to wondering, because I could see coming up and stopping at these different routes and picking up various passengers in order to make a full airline trip. But to have that many people to fill up a Boeing 787 in Santiago, Chile, that are flying nonstop to Sydney, that this thing goes a few times a week, right? Is there really that many people traveling between those two places? I don't know. I'd have to look. I really do. In this world of deceit, I think it's absolutely tantamount important that you have to take everything at face value. You really do have to take everything right at face value. Don't buy into it. Just look at it, run it through the mill, because so much shit is lied about. So much shit. And they'll double down. They get caught in the lie and they'll double down, and it gets even fucking worse. I mean, so many people know about this, that there's a kid went to Broward County County Council meeting and called for them to investigate NASA for fraud. And he brought up the amounts of green screen that we see, and glitches and harnesses and wires. What's happening, brother?
Good evening, everybody. Klaatu, vratu, necto.
So yeah, man, it's like, what do you think? Did you see that? I looked for the video of it again, and I couldn't find it, of that kid that was kid. He's probably a guy in his early 20s, mid 20s, and he went to the Broward County meeting and called for an investigation of fraud into NASA, because that's right down there in their county.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
a recent one because I remember one from 2017 or 16 already.
Yeah, this was just recent, and then I looked, and it's been taken down off Facebook. It was
And
on
it could-
Facebook.
It could be there was an epic rant of a young man also in front of the student board of the university, and it was a 10-minute long rant because he said fuck in a college room, and he
Oh,
was kicked out of university for 2 weeks, and that was his rebuttal, to the college. And it was a great rant. It was, and that's also 10, 12 years back. The biggest rant ever, or that's his title on YouTube, I believe, or the best rant ever.
Let me see. See, that's gone off. It's not even on YouTube. I wonder if I can find it on BitChute.
Yeah, I'm finding more and more that most before 2017 has off one side disappeared or has completely a new message and syntax and the complete video that's now online. So everything's getting very distorted.
Well, you type in NASA fraud on BitChute and you get a shitload of stuff.
Yeah. And Odyssey, and there are so many channels, and I still salute those that keep standing because, I know it's a very heavy time at the moment for many warriors and knights.
Well, I just had one of my strikes drop off, so I've only got one strike on my channel now.
You got the other YouTube channel back then?
No, I never got the old one back. I mean, this is my main channel now, and then I have a backup channel to this one. But
yeah, but I posted that one short of you from I think 3-4 months back after that discussion with that mad guy. It is a short of 10 seconds where you state my channel has been taken down. Sovereign's chat of a Sovereign's YouTube RIP. It's titled. I mean.
Oh yeah.
So I reposted that in the hope they would reset it, but
they're not gonna look. This is they're in full damage control with all of this shit. YouTube is the worst. Instagram's just as bad. Twitter's not as bad as it was, but the whole thing is, we know that the Congress basically told the alphabet companies to censor the very topics that we talk about. If you talk about anything about flat Earth, oh no, got to shut that down. Now, what's that tell me? If if you have to protect something with rules, then there must not be any legitimacy to it. You see what I'm saying? It's just like in Europe and in Canada. If you deny certain activities that are claimed to have happened between 1936 and 1945 in Europe, if you question those, you can be put in jail. Now, why would truth have to be protected with laws? Why would legislators have to ask social media companies to censor
certain words?
Right. And now they claim it's because of misinformation, but they also claim that they can't disclose their criminal activity because of national security. Okay. When it's not for national security, it's so that you won't get caught.
Yeah, wasn't that long hair hippie from England, Jimmy Savile, also not national security until 2063? So when everybody in the government is gone and everybody's replaced 2 times, then they maybe possibly open the dossier. No, you open it now.
Yep. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh, you can't look at that. It's
no honor among men. No honor.
So
They all
it's gotten so
ah,
bad that if I want to know, like if I see a video or a post comes up on Facebook, and
yeah, you
there's
get very
and
paranoid.
if it's got a Wikipedia a little sticker on it, like a fact check sticker, well, then I know that it's probably true. You see, because you only get flack when you're over the target, right?
Mm,
So I don't see them placing fact checks on other videos about other subjects, but they sure as hell gotta be sure they put one on if they're talking about the Earth not being a globe. Boom. Oh no,
no, and
this is what Wikipedia, and I'll tell you one thing: anybody that uses Wikipedia as a fucking legitimate source of information is a fucking retard. They're a fucking retard. I'll tell
I'm
you that
very
right now.
sorry,
If you're
but
using
even the
Google,
dictionaries, even the dictionaries used in school, they don't represent even anything close to language.
mm-mm.
They got one definition and it got some noun and other explanations behind it, and that's it. But
Yeah,
some words go back almost 7,000 years. Come on.
yeah, yeah.
And they have totally different meanings and are pronounced totally different, written different, with A's and E's and D's and T's and and they keep changing the language every 10 years or so. And for me, it was last time I can remember is 1997. They called it the Green New Book of Spelling in the Netherlands. I never learned that.
No. So, nah.
I got
Another one of
It's
your
still the
little
60s.
cockamamie.
We got one dog, one cage, one dog cage, not dog's cage, because two dogs can go into it. One cake, one pancake, not pans cakes.
Right, right. I know. Oh man. And there again, it's just more busy work for the brain that's not really conducive to any actual information. You know,
Yeah,
they
that's
just
why I like most comics. They 9 out of 10 times have been to conservatory, the school, for the music and the dancing, or otherwise they've got a study in a language or in psychology, and that's what they try to translate into jokes to project to the public
oh,
those
listen,
little
that's
tiny
why
things. And yeah, in my country there are some great people that twist language and play with it and make it absurd, and people don't get those people on the podium and say they're old fashioned, but I find them great. Herman Vinkers, Bert Visser, and on your side also the older guys. Yeah.
well,
Uh,
that's why I think like Steve Martin. Steve Martin is a brilliant person.
yeah,
He's
Steve
really
Martin.
smart. He is
And
really,
don't
really
forget
smart.
Nanu Nanu.
Yeah,
Robin
so yeah,
Williams.
Robin Williams was an extremely intelligent man too.
And then we got the black
Um,
guys. Do you want
it's
some sugar?
I used to love when Steve Martin would guest host on Saturday Night Live back when Saturday Night Live was actually funny. And I love that he would
Oh,
do a character from history. You know,
do you
like he
remember
would
that
be
Steve
like a
Martin
medieval
movie?
judge. Like one time he was a medieval judge and
Yeah.
they were trying witches. And then he'd go off into like a little soliloquy where he'd go, "This is madness. Perhaps one day we can have a judicial system where a person is judged by a jury of their peers and not by some religious fanatic at a table." And then he'd go
Yeah,
on this whole
those
rant, and
perfect rant
then he'd go,
speech.
"Nah, go
Cut.
ahead and burn her," you know. And it's like, fuck.
Burner.
You're thinking he's coming on to some enlightenment, and then he goes, "Nah, that's stupid. Go ahead and
Yeah,
burn
but
her."
also one
Fucking-
of the great first dark comedians, Richard Pryor,
Oh my
standing
God.
on that podium and shouting out to all the audience. And I dare say it because I know a lot of dark-skinned people and Moroccan and Turkish. He said nigger. There's
Yeah,
no
man.
problem with that word. It comes from negro.
Yeah.
It means black, shining black.
Yeah. Well, the etymology of that word in the United States was primarily in the South. It went from Negro to Negra to the current. And it's like, oh, you can see the progression of it.
It's a stolen word. It's in Congolian, old African language, it's like buddy, my niggera, my brother, born of another mother, my negera.
Yeah.
And in England, it's a mate, and in France, it's ma ami of ma petit ami for a girl, I think. You can go on and on in every language. Kamrat, Kamratski, it's all
Comrade.
the same. We've been duped.
Pal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Space
Well,
Odyssey,
that's the whole
yeah, the
thing.
Black Obelisk.
That's part of mind control, is controlling the lexicon, controlling the vocabulary to a point where you get the people to control it themselves. You
What
know?
was the first psychological test? 1943. Good night. This is CBS News. Martians have invaded the United States. It's the war of the worlds.
That was in the 30s.
And
That
that was
was in the-
done by the newsreader himself from the official news. So all the people that heard it, they flipped out.
Yep.
And it
Yep.
was the first official test. It's documented and all in 1943. And I'm not gonna name the institution.
Well, look at what they did here in the United States, man. They made everybody think that all the people of Middle Eastern descent was out to cut their heads off.
All those in power tried that shit. After those POWs came back from the Chinese and Japanese camps, they were so mistreated and traumatized. They almost looked like animals and had no humanity anymore in them.
Yeah.
That brought CIA and the Vatican and all those alphabet agencies to the idea, if you can break down a man that far, and that's why the training for the soldiers became more that drilling, kabam, 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 and this is what we want. And if you got 7 days to do this, and if you can't do it, fuck off. You know the drill, sergeant, and the belt. So
Well, I've in my past been in the lockup of county jail and this, that, and the other, but you know,
same
like,
shit.
usually over a weekend. And you'd be surprised how quickly a person will revert to almost animal instinctive levels within just a short period of time.
The Magdeburg experiment with the students and the guards.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a movie. I
Three
just saw
movies,
I just saw the trailer for it. I almost watched it last night, and it looked like it was an adaptation off of something like the Milgram test. It has
Wow.
is it Chris Helms? Is he the guy?
I don't know, but I remember a movie. I got it on a hard disk somewhere. It's a
This
couple
is-
of
this
years
is
back. It's a
new.
professor standing in front of his class. They never leave the classroom, but they got the atomic war bunker problem.
Okay.
They have to choose 12 people from the class, and they're all different. One is a gay, one is a technician, and they get all different properties. And then they do it 3 times in that movie, and each time you think, yeah, this is the correct solution. No, it's not. And after the 3rd time, yeah, he leaves. Yeah, the whole movie leaves you with the question:
Well,
what the fuck would you do, and what is right?
it's interesting too that when you put people in under stress, in a state of fear or anger, and then they're on topic, you know, where is the rational thought? They don't. There is no
No.
rational thought. It's
You know as
all
well as
based-
I
it's
do. That's
all-
muscle training. That's pure
it's
muscle
all
training
fight or
and
flight.
reaction.
It's all fight or flight response.
Yeah,
It's
muscle
all fight or
training.
flight.
How many
That's-
times have you went on exercises in your green periods and then were deployed? It's all the same. Only when you're really deployed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's when
on a
when
target-
you,
On
when-
the target lanes, you can have the bullets zipping over your head and the flashbangs and all that shit. That's a bit scary. Okay, but you know it's your colleagues.
well, that was
When you're out
one
there,
of,
it's not your colleagues.
that was one of the strong points of General Thomas Jackson, who was
Who are we
also-
fighting? Yeah.
well, and he was known as Stonewall. He got that nickname because of his lack of fear. He got that nickname at the Battle of First Manassas. In the North, they call that the Battle of First Bull Run.
Wasn't he the first that went down at Ho Chi Minh then?
No,
The
no,
front
no.
line?
This was in he died in 1863.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thomas Jonathan Jackson, former mathematics and engineering professor at Virginia Military Institute. He also taught artillery. And his cannon.
Grandfather of the mortar.
Well, they had
The shell.
They have 4 cannons that still set in front of Virginia Military Institute
Yep.
that he named them, and it's
Fantastic.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And
One at 30 degrees, 45 degrees.
he did not fear death. He was like fearless in combat. And because of that, he was able to make rational, logical decisions, which made him a brilliant tactician.
Yeah, and if I'm correct, he's also the one in America that tested the thesis. If you shoot a cannonball straight up, does it come straight down? And that gave him also the brave nickname. Because what fool would stand next to a cannon, shoot it straight up, watch up like a howly at a tree, and wait for the coconut to come back?
Well, as legend has it, he got his name Stonewall. At the Battle of First Manassas, of course, the newly formed Grand Army of the Republic had marched to Manassas Junction, which was where there was a huge rail yard, and tried to seize control of this rail yard. The militia units from various states showed up there to repel the attack. And
the
of
11 Confederates.
those was Thomas Jackson of the 33rd Virginia Infantry. That was the Stonewall Corps, or Jackson's Corps at that time. So people pretty much thought that this was going to be the end of the war. There's going to be a battle. It would be decided, and it would be over. All hell broke loose. Lines were confused. People were scared. None of these people, except for some of the seasoned officers who fought in the Mexican-American War, had never experienced combat or the use of rifled muskets, which were a lot more deadly and accurate than the smooth bore. Okay,
the Pamper officer boys.
So as the line began to break, they tried to rally the Confederate troops back together, and an officer yelled out, because Jackson, he was just on his horse and all this fighting's going on around him. He's trying to get shit together. And somebody said, "Rally around the Virginian. There stands Jackson like a stone wall." And they formed up around Jackson, and they saw him with no fear. And it took away a lot of their fear, because they're like, if he's not afraid, I'm not going to be afraid either. And they were able to actually, because of that, win the day. And from that point on, they were known as the Stonewall Brigade. And
they took the high grounds and repelled. Yeah.
Well, see, the one unit, Company H of the 33rd, was from right here where I live right now. Okay, so we're talking about some serious mountain hillbillies at the time. They weren't barefoot because they couldn't afford shoes. They were barefoot because that's what they were used to being, was barefoot. A lot of those guys were. You know, they did shoes and they'd shit can the shoes because they were used. The only time you wore shoes was to go to church. You know,
I mean, really, some leather laps around their feet, a leather belt around it, and they walked around.
But the men from here, their militia uniforms were regular standard U.S. Army uniforms, so they were blue, just like the rest of the Northern Army. And so as the 33rd Company H was coming up on the flank of a New Hampshire regiment, they didn't get fired on because the New Hampshire regiment thought that they were reinforcements coming up to strengthen their line.
Yeah, they got the old French uniforms from the first
they
war
didn't
that were left. Those blue
they didn't
coats.
figure out that it was the other way around until it was too late.
Yeah, the blue coats were left from the French from the first war, the Civil War. Between the French, Spanish, and the English, the red coats.
Now this
Again, the
this whole
roses
area
and
where
the
I live at,
blue.
I mean, I live in
Yeah,
a
you're
battlefield.
straight at
There's
the heart of history. Yeah.
within just a few miles of me in any direction, there are 9 different skirmish sites that took place, and then just over the mountain, about 15 miles from here, was the Battle of Newmarket. And then you go up and down Route 11 throughout the Shenandoah Valley. You got Cross Keys, Harrisonburg, Winchester, Front Royal, Cedar Creek. I mean, you drive up Route 11, go north, and you'll just see battlefield after battlefield after battlefield that you've read about in the history books. But it's a different story when you're there.
Yeah, same what you told. You went over there with your son, and you had the stories that were told to you by elder before. They heard those stories of their elders and said the battle happened there, not there, and all those tiny little details. Yeah.
Well, they've got markers that have been put up by the Civil War Preservation Society,
Yeah.
and all over the place, like right down on the river, down by on River Road. There used to be a bridge at this one site. It was burned by Confederate cavalry under the orders of Jackson.
Oh, I call that the standard wooden bridge in horror
Yeah.
movies with the
Covered bridges, yeah.
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 It's in
There's
every
one-
horror movie almost.
One right down about 3 miles from here, the Columbia Bridge, that one was burnt too, under orders of Jackson, and that was to keep the Union from being able to advance. Because where I live at right here near the Newmarket Gap in the Massanutten Mountain was considered like a side door into the Shenandoah Valley.
Yeah, and I
Outside
tell
of
you
that,
what they missed.
without that side door, the only way that you're getting into the valley is going to be either from the south end down near Waynesboro or up at the north
Over the
end
mountain.
up by
Yeah.
Winchester.
And I'll tell you what they forgot from the Historical Society, those bridges used to be guard posts, or when the borders ended of the state, toll booths to pass.
We've still got one near here over in Mount Jackson.
Yeah, we got many toll booths on highways now. But yeah, it used to be the pathways and the bridges. So they were told you had to pay to pass because those bridges needed to be repaired and kept in perfect state so you could cross those rivers.
There's okay, that's how it's spelled. So let me go to the images. Yeah, we still got one, and it looks just like this where I live at. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, it's the same with what you call Fort the Alamo. I'm sorry, but the Alamo, the real fortress, is in Mexico.
It's still in use. This bridge is still in use. There's what it looks like. inside.
Yeah, and 2 or 3 years back, a series with what's it called, Mr. Winter or something, was it? It was with a girl that drove her 80cc bike over it, and then she could go into time and save children from that evil man. And he drove a 60s car, a black one. What's it called? It was 3 seasons long. It was a sci-fi series. Ah, damn. Mr. Christmas. He took those children and he said he was working for Father Christmas, and he was working since the 1800s or so. So he was a supernatural being, and he drove in a black Cadillac from the 1930s.
And who is this now?
Yeah, it was a series, a sci-fi series, and I think it's called Mr. Christmas.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
I'll check.
Oh,
if I
good.
have it.
Mr. B's here too. Who else we got there, Renee? Let me go up here and check and see who else come in since I was last looking. Oh yeah, Mr. B's here. Larry Holloway, Illusory Truth. All right.
Rawr.
Rawr. Exactly. Back from our hanging out, laughing our ass off at Chili days. Yeah. That's poor Chili. I don't know if you know about that guy, but wow. He was really, there's still people are still fucking with that guy. but it to me it just got to be the same shit over and over and over. Chili goes and does something stupid. People go and make fun of him. He goes online and gets pissed off about it. Threatens to sue everybody. Then everybody teases him about he's gonna fucking sue people. And I mean, it's just an endless back and forth. The guy's still doing the same shit, man. The same fucking shit. He says he goes around saying he makes his living suing police and shit. Well, I don't know how he's making a living at it. He's never won. He's never won. He's never won a single case.
You know those commercials? Have you been in an accident? Call this lawyer. Maybe it's one of those with the neck brace in the car. Come here, your neck's hurt.
Oh, it's going to get worse now. Do you or someone you know have hurt feelings?
Yeah. Have you
You're gonna
ever
be suing
dreamt that
people
you
over
were?
fucking hurt feelings and shit? And it's like,
Have you ever dreamt that you were in a situation you didn't like? Call us now. It was a couple of years back. There was also a sketch. It was first in Dutch and then it came out in English. It's what's called the Suicide Hotline, and there were 9 phone calls, and they were so brutal.
the guy can't even be original. Yeah, he said, "Eat my shorts, copper." I mean, you gotta steal shit from Bart Simpson, for Christ. Holy shit. He said Chili's getting roasted right now on Life Giant Films. What is Life Giant live? I don't think I have him. Let's see if I can find. Haha. I forgot about old Life Giant. There it is.
ZXL.
Yeah, ZXL. He's like the modern. I'm beginning to think ZXL might be AI.
Eidman.
He might be. Oh, he's got an upcoming.
Administrative
waiting. Chili
internal.
Silver Bullet, and I'm gonna fire it.
Silver Bullet, Stephen King, great movie with the guy in the wheelchair and the werewolf.
Are you familiar with Dean Koontz?
Yep.
I think Dean
great
Koontz,
writer.
I think he's way better than Stephen King. I'm sorry, I do. His shit. What was that one? The Odd Thomas series.
Yeah, that one, and the series on the Dead Library with all the dead books.
Did you see they made a movie, Odd Thomas?
No, missed that. Damn.
Oh yeah, I think it's on Netflix. I think you can get it on Netflix.
I'll find it. No problem.
Yeah, listen, it's really good, man. Those what the hell, Bodaks? Remember those things that swarm around when something bad's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This movie, oh man, they really did a good job.
Yeah, it's the same with some Netflix movies that are never mentioned. And there was a YouTube video 5 years back that I downloaded, but it was on the server. It is a film festival film, so not in the cinema or on DVD released. And it's about people walking on the street and having normal day problems. And every time they make a decision, right or wrong, they get an attachment, a sort of dark color or brown color or yellow color or orange color, by every decision they make that day. And that's what that movie alliterates. You get what you sow. You reap what you sow. You're the farmer of your life.
I think the first one I read by Dean Koontz was called Night Chills. And man, was that ever... it said right in the forward, it said, everything that I mentioned in this book exists with the exception of this drug, and they're working on it, right? Now, this was back in the 80s.
Correct, yeah.
And the story revolved around, they had found a drug that made the human mind completely susceptible to subliminal messaging. And they put it in the water supply of this small town to test it. And there was a girl and her grandfather that ran the store that they drank bottled water. They didn't drink from the town water supply. They had bottled water. Well, this guy goes out to field test this shit. And all he has to do is he goes up to somebody and he says, I am the lock. And they go, I am the key. And they'll just do whatever the dude tells them to do. And he gets really
Doesn't that
carried
sound
away
familiar?
with it. Yeah, it's
Doesn't it sound familiar?
yeah, it does. Yeah, it
That's
does.
Dreamcatcher. Exactly Dreamcatcher. Only with Stephen King's story, you got the alien and those 5 friends that are in the cabin in the woods when the Red Death comes. Also from the comic Trigia from Don Lawrence. They also have a comic on it with, it's called Red Death. Then the whole planet gets under a fungus and they call it the Red Death. And also in that movie got 5 friends, only it's just a psychiatrist. And those 5 friends are his 5 different personalities in his head. One drinks heavily, one fucks everything up, one is handicapped heavily, Duddits, I Duddits, SSDD. And it's the same story from Koons. And they copied it in a new jacket. And it's the same discussion I had with many people. Stephen King wrote under 2 synonyms too. David Bachman is one of them. And most people miss those books, but they are the keys to the Dark Tower series, Salem. For me, that's the generational difference between you and me, sir. For me, it's King in the 80s because Carrie, Cujo. With King at very young age, because I read at 3 years old. I read those Grimm stories because they were on cassette, and since I was 1 year 6 months, my mother played those cassettes, and every time the page turned, they had this bell in it. They were from a Lectorama, they were called in Europe. So
it's 11:11.
Yeah. So I got trained like a Pavlov dog. If I change with my finger the text and I get at the bottom of the page at the ping, those sounds are those signs. And that's how I got into reading very fast. And Stephen King was for me the first one that I saw that pattern with Salem and the Dark Tower series and Roland. And I think I can connect now 38 of his books in the red storyline of the Dark King in the Tower.
I got all these people that are in chat talking about these late hours and shit. My son Ryan said that I have the schedule of a teenager on spring break. That's about where I'm at too, man. It's like I go, shit, and then I sleep so fucking late in the day. It's not even funny. It's like I might as well just be a vampire or something.
Well, take a break then.
I don't know. I
I
prefer, like some people have said, it's like quiet or in the world, and I like it like that, I really do.
It's the same. They ask me, I never see you in the store. No, I go when you don't go.
Right.
It's the same times every time. People get off work, so they flee to the shops to get something to eat if they don't have anything at home.
Right.
And otherwise, they do it at the Friday before the weekend so they can stock up until the next Friday. So they leave with the whole car packed with bags. And also, for those not in America, we in Europe, we are not used to those mega stores you got. We got some bigger stores like Media Markt. It's a conglomerate that sells electronics and computers and shit. But I like those mega markets and those mega packets you sell in America. Wow. And you wonder why you're fat.
That's what I tease the old lady all the time because she works over in the city, and they have Costco over there, right? So she went ahead and signed up for Costco. And hello, Jency, good to see you, honey. So I'm always teasing her and say, hey, you might want to stop by Costco over there. We need another get a 55-gallon drum of milk and a pallet of crackers, or some shit, because everything you get over there, it's like there's only the 2 of us here.
Yep.
And it's crazy. You know, we get something and then we have to parcel it up and put it in the freezer because there's no way we're going to eat it in that amount.
Yeah, you know what makes me really mad? When you buy hot dog buns and hot dogs.
Oh, it pisses
There's
me
always
off.
one bun too many.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the Oscar Mayer hot dogs come in packs of 10.
Yep. That
And the fucking buns come in packs of 8.
it's his joke, yeah.
It's
It's
like,
a
why don't
real
you
old one.
get together and work it out. I mean, I shouldn't have to buy, 10 packs of buns and 8 packs of hot dogs just to make it work out right. You
Yeah,
know,
how many times have you how many times have you seen in any TV series like Friends or you name it, any series on daily life, going to the store and buying all your shit with coupons?
it was this,
There's always a moment somewhere they get thrown back in life or lose their job, and then they go to the store and buy a whole cart of shit only on coupons. And this coupon, no, this coupon on this coupon. So I get $5 from you. How many times have you seen that? Since Perfect Strangers and Elf.
And Anson Howard says, what gets me is the massive houses you all live in the US. Here in the UK, it's like Japan. We all live in cupboards. And it's like, we don't all have big houses. I have a 2-bedroom house. And
Yeah. We see the big
now
houses.
I've made it into a 3-bedroom because it was an unfinished basement, and I finished the basement, and I've made another living area down there and a bedroom and a huge walk-in closet and a whole nother full bathroom with a shower and everything. So it's not, but it's not a huge house at all. In fact, I think it's kind of too small.
I was born of many men and many women before me, but I'm still a traveler, a landless man officially, and many of my family still around where I live and throughout the Netherlands and Europe live in a caravan, and it's on wheels technically, but it's on a place government said they could stand and they can't travel around no more, and they have to pay the government for the electric and gas pipe, and they got to modernize and stay standing still so they can get them when they need them for taxes and that shit.
Hello Baby says that she went to the hospital with their dumb devices and atheism and pain and invasiveness and got my MRI under anesthesia. Listen, to me,
Your choice.
the hospital and jail, there is no difference.
Well,
There's
in jail it's free.
Well, no, it's not. They actually charge motherfuckers here for being in jail.
Oh, okay, that's
By
a
the
bit
day,
better
yeah.
here.
Yeah, I never heard of nothing like, until I saw that. I was like, what? I gotta pay you? I didn't voluntarily come down here. What the
Well,
hell,
I was an asshole too. I said no to going to the job 2-3 hours a day to make uh, screws in tiny containers, 100 screws in one container, and that got you 25 cents an hour. So I said, I'm no slave. Close that door, and then can go outside. You can smoke. You can shower 1 time a week, and that's 23 hours a day. Looking at those fucking walls because they want to fuck you so hard until you say, I'll work for that fucking 25 cents an hour. No, never.
This is great. I still cannot say King Charles with a straight
Prince
face.
Charles at the moment, but he was Prince of Rome.
But wait, didn't he get coronated?
Yeah, he was King of England, the United Kingdom, the pieces of Wales and Scotland, not Northern Ireland then. They conquered that a bit later. And he was
he's
prince of the Principality of the Holy Roman Seat.
Oh yeah, that's why they have that little papal cross on their hat.
Well, most royals have more titles than a book long is.
Oh, I know.
Born off, then Royal off, and blah. And they go back to Romanian titles and German titles and Russian titles. They all cling it in there in one long sentence. That's my name. No,
I
that's a
know.
bullshit.
I know. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And that dude, he's getting even worse though, but he's never been the brightest person. I mean, you can tell that he's not very smart. You know,
Well, he's got radar ears, so he hears everything.
he looks like he come right off the cover of Mad Magazine.
It looks a lot like his third removed cousin, Peter van Vollenhoven. He also got those big oreilles de la voile, or sailing ears.
I mean, that's what just floored me is like, remember when he married Diana, right? And I was like, that chick is a fox. You know, I was like, that. What is that? You know, this is definitely for political reasons, because there's no way that a good looking chick like Diana is ever going to go out with a dude that looks like Alfred E. Newman. I mean, come on.
Well, look at the English comics. How do they treat the royal family? Hello, I'm Charles. I'm driving in my car. Oh, there's a tree. Again, Daddy.
I mean, those people are so despicable. Those royal people are just so fucking despicable. Did you ever see that film clip? The BBC actually was doing something
There was a documentary
it showed it on the news. There was a naked boy hanging from a sheet out the
From the
window
room.
of Buckingham Palace, trying to escape.
That was 2017, September.
It's like,
Acclaimed.
what in the world? And then they found on Balmoral Castle grounds, they found a body of a dead girl.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
then you've got Kevin Annett and the shit that he uncovered with a lot of these natives in Canada.
Same with the statements at that moment. The Queen has died because Buckingham Palace closed down for renovations. Those took 2-3 years in total for new clocks and all that stuff. Okay, but to which castles he retreated, especially in the COVID time? Balmoral. Where do they find that body? Balmoral. Not accusing, only that could be something. They went to Canada in the 1960s. 20 kids from an orphanage disappeared at a picnic.
Yep.
There was an accusation in the early 2009, I believe.
Yeah.
It was on the internet. It was a whole commission and blah, blah, blah. Also that the Dutch banker Ronald Bernard was in it. He has also had a testimony on what goes around in the higher ups and the money.
You talking about that Dutch banker that
Ronald Bernard.
Yeah, I've seen that interview, and
he was also in that commission, and it looked very official. And what came of it? Ronald Bernard 5 years later tried to launch his own coin. Wow, Ronald, really? That obvious? You want to start your own bank now?
One of the reasons nothing could ever come of it is, although they did find Philip and the Queen guilty of these crimes, but who's going to arrest them? See, the police, the police, they that's the thing, is because they swear their loyalty to the crown.
So and the law of the land.
Not to the people, it's to the crown. So they can't arrest anybody in the crown. That's why these fucks get away with this shit. Listen, they've known Andrew, or at least Charles kept his craziness at least a little bit more subdued from the public, but Andrew never gave a shit.
Well, 4chan lovers and some old acquaintances of mine know those posts that they are standing on the palace stairs with their swastikas on their sleeves.
Yeah.
And at the moment, the baby is 2 months old of Kate, that youngest baby, 10. It's a couple of years back when it was a little baby,
Right.
only 2 months old. And just at that moment, the photographer clicked that picture. The baby, yeah, raised his arm. So someone had to put up there, yep, that's the family aisle. And it's
Right.
still out there on the internet, that meme. It's great. And then
Well,
they got back.
Andrew, if you can remember back to the early 80s,
He dressed,
he
yeah.
was involved. There was a scandal because he was dating an Italian porn star.
Lolita.
Kuz Star was her name. And I think that's where he developed the nickname Randy Andy. A lot of people here in the United States don't realize, but the
Nasty, yeah.
Randy in slang in Britain, Randy is the same as saying you're horny. And I found that
Rowdy, yeah.
I found that out with a friend of mine. We were in England and in London, and we were in this tavern, and he saw a rather attractive girl and decided that he was going to go over and introduce himself. So he went over to her and he said, "Hi, I'm Randy," and she smacked him.
But that's a whole other dance. Great.
And the bartender kind of just started laughing and shit. And that's where we learned that he said, "You might want to introduce yourself as Randall and not Randy." And then he told us what that meant. I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it's also Rowdy Ronda Rousey, and Rowdy Rodney Piper with the kilt.
Yep.
And yeah, Ronda and her husband, they can go at it as
Listen,
they state themselves.
Did you ever see that movie that Roddy Piper was in? They Live.
Yeah.
Listen, I think
the
there's more.
sunglasses.
I think there's more truth behind that movie than what you might think.
What happened to the director?
I think that right. I mean, just the whole thing, and we've talked about this before, that I think that part of this spell is propagated through these screens, through the television. We do know that they use a shitload of subliminal, both audibly and visually, on all your various programs, your programming. But I think that there's a lot to that. I think there really is, because we are held into an illusion. People, I didn't really notice it until like when I lived out in Death Valley, and I had a television, but I didn't have TV service. I used my TV so I could watch movies, and had the internet hooked up so I could have a big screen, that kind of thing. And I had somebody who was used to being around TV all the time. They came out to visit, and he said, "Hey, turn on the news."
He boosted the channel.
And I said, "I don't have TV." And he looked at me like I was an alien. He was like, "What do you mean you don't have TV?" I said, "I don't have TV." He says, "Well, how do you know what's going on?" I said, "You don't think you find out what's going on from watching TV, do you?" And he goes, "Well,
No,
yeah,
they
the
don't."
news." And I said, oh, no, you're not going to find out anything from the news. The news doesn't tell you what's going on. They tell you what to think is going on.
Good evening. This is Walter Cronkite with the 8 o'clock news.
Yes.
It's the eagle from the Muppets. Hello, America. There are things going on. Yes, now. The Eagle of America, a blue one.
Well, see, and there again with rational thinking, that's where my mind went with that as a kid, because you got to figure, as a child, the news came on. It only came on at a certain time. You didn't have your 24-hour news channels. You didn't have internet or anything like that. So, the 5 o'clock local news, and then the 6 o'clock evening news, that would be all the national shit, right? And of course, it was very important that you be quiet while the news is on. Shut up, the news is on. Take that into the other room or whatever else, because this is important shit. So what perception does that give to the kid?
Or
Right.
when the sports tune started,
Yeah,
football.
this is important shit. You can't interrupt this. This is important shit, you know? And so, given that level of importance and the perception of a child, you grow up with that same idea that, oh, yeah, this is where I get the information from. This is where we've always
Yeah,
gotten our information from.
you're
And you don't even
closest.
entertain the idea that they might just be feeding you a load of shit until you find out that they did and that they
Well,
do. And
the
then
Greeks
you,
have a beautiful story about that, of a boy that's looking into a pond and sees his reflection and gets infatuated with his own self. So you reflect
remote,
to the
yes.
people around you.
Bad Dog says he was the remote and the antenna as a kid. Yeah. And then if it would only fucking work while you had a hold of the antenna, you had to stand there and hold the fucking antenna until the TV show was on, or at least till a commercial came on.
Yeah,
I've
or
been
there's aluminum foil pieces on it.
Yeah.
At grandma's place. And the
Oh
old
my
wooden
God,
ones
yeah,
with the dials on it. You had to twist the dial to get the correct picture because it became green or became to lag.
And
Don't
that's the
sit
rest
too
of the
close to the
story.
television. Okay.
Wasn't that Paul Harvey's tagline, ZXL? And that's the rest of the story. I used to love Paul Harvey. He was great.
Was
But
it that Dateline in the 60s?
no, he just
And that's an all nother story for the next time.
yeah,
When
right.
he presented the next week's topic and then he outroed.
Yeah, we've had there's a lot of iconic shit from TV, but who knows? Maybe none of it ever happened, as we'll find out. These fucking Mandela effects keep happening.
To take that sidestep again, another great comic, Anchorman. What's his name? That actor.
Oh, from the movie Anchorman.
Yeah, and he's a
Ferrell.
crazy idiot also.
Will Ferrell. Yeah.
Yeah, he's also great. And Zach Galifianakis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're Greek, fat bastard. do another drunk movie. And a good one this time, not with Chang in it.
Let me see here. Is this guy coming on? What time? It says 10:45. Let me see if it.
Yeah, it's your end.
That must be. I don't know. He doesn't.
5:30 a.m.
Oh God.
This is the middle of the night. Welcome to Art Bell Midnight Radio.
I loved Art Bell, man. Art Bell.
He was great. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
90s. Yeah.
Yeah, that was some good shit. You know, and
when
we
did he
know a
pass?
lot. We know
97,
though.
98?
We know that there's, and it's kind of heartbreaking because a lot of these, what we thought were truth people, we find out we're just really gatekeepers. You know, and it
Some
always
of them
ends up turning out that way. You know, wait till everybody finds out the real deal on Elon. They're really going to be let down. I already know Elon is not for the truth because he's trying to bullshit you into thinking that he's going into space.
Well, he has his handlers, and some
I mean,
of
come
them
on, they
have
tried- they
better
actually tried to-
intentions than others. Only they are, to me, tools.
Well, they were testing out to see how stupid everybody was.
Yep.
Look, we put a sports car up in orbit, and you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. What?
Yes, and see his eyes twinkle and go back to the text. Sorry, Elon, you're a good guy, but you're autistic, and you can be very intelligent. My big example stays Kim Peek, and Kim Peek also was a trained autist. He was trained to learn the whole dictionary and encyclopedia out of his head, and that's why he was Mr. Google.
Well, see, this is the thing people don't learn.
An idiot
ever to
savant.
look at. They never learn to look at these things. Okay. You see these people that are pushed up into your face, like Elon Musk, the Bushes, these various other people. You got to look at where they came from. Okay.
Yeah, did Georgie Bush
When
not
you-
have that
When you
book
look into like,
upside
all
down
right,
at 9/11?
so here was sweet old Barbara Bush, and I'm so glad that they didn't take her off of the oatmeal can. She's still on the Quaker Oats can. But you take a look at, here's Barbara Bush. Who is she really?
And my
Barbara-
mariachi band, are they still on the hot sauce or are they gone?
Well, she was. Who was she before she married George Bush? Where did she come from, right?
He.
Well, she does bear a
Possibly.
striking resemblance to Aleister Crowley. And her mother was in that sex cult of Aleister Crowley's. Came back to the United States, and about 8 months later gave birth to Barbara, who married
Yes, claimed.
God.
And the Babylon rituals.
Dude, these people are from some dark shit. You look into Elon's mom.
They believe
Right?
in dark shit. That's
Some
a whole
more
other
dark
thing.
shit. The Vanderbilts, real
Oh.
dark shit, man.
Gold J.
I mean, who was
Those
Prescott?
those were the hangmen officially, and the ones with the axes. Gold J
It
from
was
the goals,
it was
the
it was
killers.
Prescott Bush, George Bush Sr.'s dad. Prescott Bush is the man who gave us Richard Nixon.
Ebenezer, yeah.
He gave us Richard Nixon. He put an ad in the newspaper in California. He put an ad he wanted somebody that had no scruples and would do anything to get to the top. And guess who showed up?
Mhm.
Richard Milhouse Nixon. That's right.
I want the American people to know that I'm not a crook.
I am not I'm taking it out to save the dollar from the speculators.
I say and I state I was not aware of any taping of any conversation in the White House room, and
Yeah. Bullshit.
Yeah,
Lord,
and he
bullshit.
called to space, right? Tricky dick.
Yeah. Get a fucking landline telephone call to space. No delay.
He was possibly also the fall guy for the whole space program. That's why he only had those 4 years and was taken out of office.
Well, here's some common sense, rational thinking, and it really will piss our globe friends off really bad.
what was on those tapes? Guess what?
It's
Those launches.
when they talk about these stars, right? That they're a bunch of suns that are all different distances away, millions of miles, trillions of miles, light years away, and shit, right?
As a thought experiment, yes, beautiful.
All right, so they say that the light in a vacuum travels forever, right? So you should be able to see. You should be able to see every star.
Correct.
You shouldn't have to go, oh, well, I used my telescope and I picked up a dimmer star. Why is the star dimmer? It should be
the
just as bright as it is
They
up close.
twinkle. Yeah, they had the atmosphere, and then come with all those different machinations and imaginations, as I call them. Because it's very simple, gentlemen. You went to the moon, you stayed, and you stayed yourself, the first 3 astronauts. Since we were in a vacuum and we need the atmosphere to see any light in space as stars, we saw only black. So, NASA, your turn again. Checkmate.
Well, here's
Get
the
them
thing.
with their own statements.
All the stars would appear to be just as bright as they are as going right up to them. If the light travels infinitesimally through a vacuum, then you could never use the inverse square law of light.
Any university and astrophysicist will tell you, you cannot see sunlight in space because it's a vacuum. To see and experience sunlight, you need to be on Earth in the atmosphere. So everywhere you go outside in space, there can be no light, according to that theory. NASA, your turn again. Checkmate.
If that were true, then it would be dark inside of a vacuum chamber. Right?
Is space a chamber?
You
Is
take a
space a
vacuum
chamber?
chamber. You take a vacuum chamber, right? It's made out of, like, say, plexiglass or whatever, right? And you take all the atmosphere out of there. You get it down to as close to zero as you possibly can in there. If what they're saying is true, then you should have a box of darkness. The light shouldn't be able to go through there because there's nothing to carry it, right? So you just have a fucking box of darkness. See, there you go. There's
Your reasoning is correct and logic. Nothing on that point. Only would like to say, a step back to the great Newton apple cider. Yeah, he drank barrels. That's why he was a Newton. A ton in Dutch and German means a barrel of wine. He was a drunk. So since you stated and created and controlled the experiment, your conclusions will be correct every time according to the scientific method. However, you live on Earth, sir. Can space be a closed space, or is it open, or nobody knows? And that's the beauty of it.
Well, they'll tell you they know. You know, that's the thing. You don't, unless you come up with discoveries, you don't get any more money.
Yeah, if you agree to their vectors and lengths and measurements,
Yeah.
and they are all agglomerated or imaginated numbers. And since people got schooled and smarter, you learned how to calculate and how to write and how to read simple books. Not the Bible at first, but that became easier and easier for the most of us. And so they had to turn up the dials, and first it was 2 zeros and then 4 zeros, and now what are we at? 80,200,380,000 quadrillion zeros.
Well, if they it's like they try to wear you down with these impossible fucking figures.
It's Scrooge Duck. No
And
more.
nobody bothers questioning that. And if you do question it, they say like this bullshit. Like, who was it trying to run that shit about red shift, blue shift on me? I'm like, just shut the fuck up.
Have you ever seen a 3D movie? Come on. Jaws 3D, 1983.
I mean, just from a logical standpoint, if the universe is just expanding, right, that means that everything is moving away from everything else, right?
Yeah, that's the chaotic theory
So
with the butterfly.
Over a course of 5,000 years, the Big Dipper would have at least changed in size.
Yeah.
Right? But it hasn't.
But you got parallax, sir. You got parallax. 1 degree at 3 months every year for every star at different distances. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, I know. And it's like, well, how do you know these distances? You don't. They don't know anything about these distances. They make this shit up.
You enter different distances at the podia. You're number 1, 2, or number 3, but you start all at the same line. The bottom line, the baseline. That's the standard.
You have to have, and there's no way of getting around this. In order to calculate a distance to one of these objects, if you don't know the size and you don't know the distance, you at least have to have something comparative.
You need 2 lengths or 1 length and the hypotenuse.
You got to have something. So like I pointed out to Nick, and I don't understand how a physics professor could not understand that a large object far away can appear the same as a smaller object close up.
Well, the theorem of Pythagoras is AB in till the second power, then BAC to the second power, and BC to the second power. It's a quadration.
Right. Well,
only it's so simple. It's 1 + 1 always is 2.
But if those are the numbers, if those are the only numbers that I'm giving you, right?
Yeah.
Like I give you no numbers. Now what
imaginary,
you see?
Fictional.
You have to do some kind of a speculation, and therefore, all you need is a quarter. That's what Dr. Ryan had said. He said that's all you need is a quarter. And the thing is, he goes, oh, well, we'll do the experiment. And I'm like, you don't have to. All I can just, for the fact that just like your excuse for why the sun and moon appear to be the same size, you say that the sun is 400 times further and 400 times bigger. And that's why it appears to be the same size as the moon. Well, that's because of perspective. So if you're little holding up a quarter to silhouette the moon can give you the distance of the moon, that means that when you do it for the sun, that the sun's going to come out for the same distance as the moon, because they both behaved exactly the same with the quarter.
Yeah, every calculation needs to be a perfect symphony to reach the end destination. And you, as a musician, know the metronome. What's the lowest setting on a metronome? 1, 2, 1, 2, and then you go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's the pace of music, the beat of life.
Yeah. Hello, baby. It says, okay, so the Earth is supposedly doing, I think it's like 1,024 miles per hour, 1,050 miles an hour. Average it out, it's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
It could
And
be
then
spinning
the
at Beyblade size.
the orbit around the sun is 66,600 miles per hour. That's
Yeah,
what
or
they
how
tell.
hard you can hit your.
So based on that, this is what this fool Sean Hawkins was trying to say, that first off, he thinks you could send a radar signal 93 million miles. That's not possible. Secondly, he thinks that it would bounce off the sun. All right.
Of the YOLO
Suppose
ball.
that it did. You've got 17 minutes of total travel at that distance for that signal. So it's 8.5 minutes there, 8.5 minutes back. So if the Earth is revolving, or if it's orbiting the sun, it's 66,600 miles per hour. That means in 17 minutes, it's going to be 18,870 miles away from the position that you were at when you sent the signal. So the signal is going to come back to a place that you were, not to a place that you are.
Yeah, and to add to you, it's your own words from a couple of days back. It's the same again with notes. If you add 1 and 7, you get the 8.
Mhm.
The 4, 32, wrong musical tone.
Oh,
You
I
need
love
the
that.
9. It's your theory, and it's
432 is remarkable because what happens, this happened just the other night. A friend of mine was over here and he says, oh, play me something on the guitar. And I said, all right. I picked it up and just started fucking around. Started playing this tune, man. And I was like, my wife looked at me and says, oh, I didn't know you knew that song. And I says, I didn't either. And that's what I'm talking about, is like this shit'll just
flows like a river.
yes, it's amazing. And so I just started playing this song, and she's like, I didn't know you could play that. And I says, I didn't either, but I guess I can. So here it is.
One of the guys I grew up with from a little boy till around 20. I grew up with him in Geldrop and also in other villages. He was my left-hand man. He was 2 stones shorter than me, but it was a brick wall also. If he stood next to you, he stood there, and you knew you got someone in your back, and you got your buddy there, and you had no fear. And he plays the guitar only, to my ear, he only uses three riffs of 3 accords, 3 finger settings on his whole guitar, and he plays 90% of the songs. He takes the basic rhythm of the song and he sings over it, and we have fun.
Well, hello, baby.
Kumbaya stuff.
She said she told her buddy about the 66,600 miles an hour. Guess how much curvature there is
Dum dum dum.
in 10 miles? Guess how much curvature in 10 miles? 66.6 feet. So they tell us the Earth is on this 23.4 degree tilt, right? What's that from 90? 66.6 degrees. It's all over the fucking place.
Yeah, and if the Earth was a sphere, why don't they take 180? Why do they take 90 degrees? That's on a straight, flat surface, people, not on a globe. Otherwise, it would be 180 degrees straight line.
A straight line is 180. Just like darts, like the clock. Your darts board is the clock for a ship.
Let me see. I got a thing on here too. This is another thing people don't think about too. This is an
A dartboard
interesting
got two roses,
interesting point.
20 at top.
Let me show you this and see what you think. So, of course, that's exaggerated as far as the illustration is concerned, but the the figures are right. Okay.
Yeah, let them
Because
calculate it.
you
It's
you
not-
would have to go 4 times at 33,000 feet is 4 times the flight time as it would be at 5,000 feet if you're
Mhm.
following that curve, because that arc has to go out, right? You're taking off from a single point and going to another point, and if it's radiating away from the center, the higher you go, the further apart those 2 points become.
Yeah, and that's why it's beautiful to see that so many people see some information and then take it in and try to put it out like their information, and let them do. It's their choice, but they are all calculating at this moment what the right distances are on the southern hemisphere, correct? And I think 3 or 4 groups are now busy with that problem. I'm not going to tell them.
Let me see. I
You
have
need-
it somewhere.
You need the correct surfaces of the African continent and South American continent, and
Well, yeah, and we know that like a lot of maps, you can look at one map and it shows the United States one size. You look at another map, it'll show it's way bigger, you know.
well, you got the shipping map and the sailor's map. It looks like the Gleason map, only at the top it states United States Navy 1968 naval blah 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 blah. And then those maps, have they changed in 7,000 years? No. Some islands disappeared and some harbors got flooded. So yeah, the routes got longer and tougher.
No, it's you know, it's somebody just said it here in a bit too, and they're along the same lines as I am too. Let me see if I can remember who was just saying that.
Well, I know it was in the 60s, the man from Uncle, I believe, or was it the
That's
$6
true,
million man? They both showed different maps and all that sorts. And there was also a movie in the 90s. There was also a spy movie, comedy one. They also showed, this is the map we know with America
Good
and
point.
Europe bigger, but these are the real sizes. Only they don't show the real sizes in that movie because it's Hollywood.
See, here's your Anson's on the same page I am with this right here, I think. And this is what I say is that at this point, now I can understand like somebody like Sean Hawkins, he wouldn't know if Alexa told him that the earth was flat, then he would say it
Alexis,
was.
yeah.
If
Alexis from Dynasty.
or
Alexa.
Alexa or whatever that fucking thing is called, you know.
Yeah, that's
or,
Joan
or
Collins.
if Google or Wikipedia said it, then he's down, right? Because that's the only thing he knows. He doesn't really think anything himself. But for these other actually intelligent, or at least seemingly intelligent people that are out there, big proponents of the globe, people like McToon, people like Red's Rhetoric, these other
Open
outfits,
minds. Yeah,
they
like you.
at this point in time, with as much information as they've been exposed to, they can't not know that the earth is that the globe is a lie. They can't not know.
Well,
Okay.
that's their
So at this
fallacy.
point,
They take
well, and this is why I can watch their shit and I go, well, there's some willing deceitfulness right there, you know, and they slip it by that their audience is too trusting and stupid to realize what they're doing.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Michikaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson. I got movies on conferences by them 12 years ago, exactly alliterating and stating their cases for the future of technology. And gentlemen, you always do the same dumb stuff. You go back on your own words or former theories, and you don't even know it yourself because you don't write it yourself. You're losers. You're actors. Go away.
Oh yeah, Mr. B, that's for real, Mr. B. If you can actually prove that the earth is a globe, I think
Oh.
David Weiss is offering, it might be up to 4 Bitcoin now.
Yeah,
It's still
he did that
nobody.
for 8-9 years now. 2015 or 16, he started that.
Hold on, what is Mr. B? You seem awfully upset for someone who's a compulsive liar. So millions of experts are wrong about the
Well, he's
world being a
convinced.
globe. Well, I don't believe
con-
there are millions of experts to start with. Okay.
There are
And
no
what do
experts,
you
and studies
constitute as an
show.
expert? But a
Study.
stoner who got 6 DWI arrests. You know what?
Oh, we go that
Hold
road
on a second.
again.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna address that. Here's what's so fucking remarkable about the fact that yes, I was an alcoholic, a flaming alcoholic for many, many years. I do have 6 DUI arrests and I do smoke marijuana, and I'm still 1,000 times more intelligent than you are, Mr. B.
And
In fact, my
nobody said-
dog is at least 10 times more intelligent than you.
Nobody on this channel ever
Okay.
stated to have the full
I mean,
truth.
we're
We have
talking about a
opinions.
guy. We're talking about a guy who actually, now think about this. All right. I just want you to think about the logic. And here we go with logical, rational thinking. Right. So apparently, Mr. B had a problem with an Iranian guy that kept wanting to take his flag down or something else. I doubt that the scenario really.
Oh, I
is
know the
true.
backstory. Don't you worry. I
So
investigated him.
he said that he dug up his septic tank and rigged up his sprinkler system to the septic tank so that when that guy came to go fuck with his flag again, then he turned
Sprinkled him.
turned raw sewage and shit onto him.
Well, if he's a real farmer, it could be because you got the land.
How do you
shit spreader.
well,
and
again,
and
we're not talking about
in the
something
farmer
that's been-
protests in Netherlands, they
we're
did
not,
that.
we're not talking about something that's like already been processed to be sprayed like that. We're talking about a septic tank, okay, which you have to dig out into the ground to get to, pull a big heavy concrete fucking lid off of the thing, then break through the sludge. Why not just say, hey, quit fucking with my flag? Or if it was really that important to you to put feces on him,
Did he have a fence on his lawn?
But I mean,
If you don't have a
nobody
fence
did
on
it.
your lawn, don't kick the dog off. It's your fault you don't have a fence.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, to the fact that he would
And-
think that other people are stupid enough to think that anybody is going to go through those lengths to spray sewage on their own fucking lawn.
Well, you're a Marine and I've been in the service. If I want to hang my flag of my country outside my door on my land, and anyone tries to take it down, I knock him to the fucking floor.
That's what I'm saying. Look, this never occurred.
I warn one time, and don't you dare touch my flagpole, the boy.
The thing you got to understand is none of that ever even occurred. Okay. He's got a huge fucking penchant for telling the most absurd lies. And what's funny about it is that he'll double down on them, and they're so preposterous. What's in a way insulting that he would think that anybody with a moniker of intelligence would even entertain it as something true. So
well, he forgets in wartime you do the flagpole with para rope that never breaks, so you can hoist other things too, sir.
well, here's
Do not ever touch the flag
how
of a
about
man.
this? How about this? Can you imagine being that emotionally involved with a piece of fucking cloth?
If it's your country and you've been there for generations,
It's a piece of fucking cloth. Who cares? Who
Well-
cares? It's an inanimate fucking object.
Correct, but it represents to that person some values he holds high. It's his house, his front door,
So does
his
he
choice.
think that if that flag, which represents his values, is destroyed or
Well, I
taken
told you the
down, that then the ideals that he held dear are now gone because this piece of cloth no longer exists?
Well, I told you the story about the hospital room I was for several years after my divorce and all the shitstorm.
It's like people that
And
think that God
I
would
had
not
the
exist
Confederate
without the
flag at
Bible.
my window. I had the Confederate flag at my window. The blue cross with the 12 white stars. Why? Because it's red, it's navy blue, and those white stars are the 12 original tribes. Not Jewish, not Israel, the 12 original human tribes. And because at a certain moment in time, 2016, 17, some from the local council traveled past my window every day to the council rooms to go to the work as a social service man. He complained to the police and almost got me into jail because I wouldn't take down that flag.
Well,
And I
Here-
told him, to me,
here's what's there again. The idea
you-
that people would even fight over something like that is really on its face is ridiculous. It
ask
really
any
is.
historian, and you know too, sir, and me and many others, the first American flag was made by a mother sitting in her rocking chair, and she sewed the American flag together
Well,
with all the
what-
stars
that's
of the states, and it's still in the museum.
that's
That's
the-
your
that's
American
the-
flag.
That's the story we're told anyway.
Well, there is a sewn one, and it's really
Yeah.
old cloth, so it could be that some sewsters put it together. There's
But
so
there
many stories.
again,
That's the monk.
so
Yeah.
you know what? I've got an old blanket too. Should
Yeah.
I become emotionally involved with that?
Shroud of
blanket?
Turin. That's rust, baby. It's
That's what I'm
brown. It's
saying.
brown spots. Yeah,
These people,
rust.
it's the same as these people that think that if the Bible didn't exist, then God wouldn't exist. You see?
Yeah, and I get some people get their beliefs in Catholicism and in the Holy Santa Maria and you name it, the Bhagavad Gita. I don't care about your gods, about your religion. Respect each other's traditions, each other's stories, listen to each other, and
Hey,
maybe you learn from one another.
Mr. B, he says Bitcoin doesn't mean anything to him. Well, that's cool.
That's
Do you-
correct.
Can
Nothing.
can you prove a globe?
Guess who wrote the Bitcoin code? No, 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 no.
Because I'll
In
tell you what,
1997.
I'll tell you what, why don't you do this then, Mr. B, since Bitcoin doesn't mean anything to you? Why don't you
He's
come
correct.
on up? Why don't you come on up and prove the globe to me? And then I can use that and I can go get the Bitcoin. Does that sound like something reasonable that we could do? So
And if you
you
want
go
to
ahead,
troll, I can little suck it up. Then you're gone, baby.
You prove the globe, Mr. B, and then I'll take your proof and I'll submit it. And then when I get the Bitcoin, I'll give you half of it. I'll cash in half of it into slave currency and you can have it.
Well, buy him a postcard for 50 cents so he can send it in. He can write it himself.
Hey, all it takes is one proof of a globe. That's all it takes.
In concrete numbers. Not theory, not thesis, not in scripture in library.
Be real easy to do. All you got to do is show me 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. Show me 66
Yeah.
feet. Show me 66 feet of curvature in a 10-foot span.
I've seen a discussion on that subject, and they pull you into the pear shape, and then they pull you back to the blob.
Don't matter. You should have some curvature, and you can't show any.
Sir, all you state is a mirage.
No, Mr. B, you cannot send anyone up into space. You cannot send anyone up into space.
72 kilometers is the
so
highest anyone has ever
that's-
been, or
yeah. They're not
As I
going.
calculated, the International Space Station balloon or image apparatus that there is above should be at 240 kilometers above the Earth's surface. That's about 175 miles, I think, roughly. So if I can see that, and it's as large as a football field,
Right.
can I see Wrigley Stadium from a clear sky from a plane?
Well, you
I
can't.
can, I can see the ridges, the concrete, but I can see the grass.
It's not much
that's your
bigger.
ISS.
Listen, it's not much bigger than like a 757 airliner, right?
Well, 5
So-
weeks back, they stated live on TV, we got 2,000 square feet. That's a
Right.
large villa, boys, not a space station. You misspoke again.
So here's the thing, though. Think about this. If it's about, you can consider how huge, like a jumbo jetliner is, right? You stand next to one, the thing is gargantuan.
Oh yeah, that
All right.
problem from yesterday.
Now,
yes.
when that thing's up at 35,000 feet cruising, you can barely see it, if you see it at all. You can barely see
Mostly
that
you
thing.
see the glistening from the sun, or they
Right.
are lower going down to the airport on the
Now
flight path.
that's just 35,000 feet. Now,
Yeah, that's-
250 miles, you think you could see an airliner 250 miles away?
Or
It's not-
a
not
string
a
of
fucking
satellites, Elon. Come on.
Oh,
It's like
let's
Christmas
go
lights
with-
in the sky.
Let's go. That's a good question, Mr. B. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's see. Show evidence
Oh,
of
Mr. B,
why
if you will,
they
there are
need-
so many movies. If you look at the right places about satellites where they launched
Oh, I
them
know.
in Norway at the so-called South Pole and at Queen Maud's Land,
Yeah.
what was stolen by the Nazis and alliterated. What was it? Neuschwabenland, or about New Swastika Land?
Yeah, New
First stop
Schwabenland.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in all the media
I've got
today.
some-
I've
got
seen
some
him the whole
actual-
week. I hate that guy.
I've got actual pictures of some passports with the homeland being shown as New Schwabenland. But Mr.
the
B
black
said
ones,
show
okay.
evidence of why they would need to fake a globe. And why would they fake a dinosaur? Well, that's so that you can believe this idea that you evolved from a fucking
If you knew
amoeba
the
and
correct
shit and
scientific
came
terms,
to be.
it's sauropodia and not dinosaur. It's a sauropod.
But here, check
That's how
this
it's
out. Here's a couple reasons, Mr. B. Go ahead and take a look at those real quick. I'll be right back. So why would they want to fake the shape of the Earth? Well, take a look. There's a number of reasons, and those aren't all.
Meme. Oh, am I gonna be a spelling Nazi? Oh, yeah, spell check.
So yeah, that's it. You know, I am under the. I go with the idea.
Yeah, after be the spelling Nazi, you could remove that comma between don't and the T and write it as one word. Sorry.
So, you know, there's a this idea of more land. I'm absolutely down on that one. Especially when they found that they tracked that ship and it was 500 miles inside of Antarctica.
Well, there
I'm
are,
like, oh,
indeed,
okay, it went through.
that's a
Anyway,
radio station. Indeed, from the
Anyway,
old World War
the
II.
idea of more land, if artificial scarcity as it is were to vanish, that would be a huge blow to the control system. Also, if there's an idea of other lands, as Admiral Byrd said, that there was a land as big as all of America that's never been explored.
Correct. What if you've been fed in the porridge?
There's the possibility of people saying, fuck this shit, I'm going to go homestead somewhere, you know, or whatever else. You know, if there's
Well,
nobody
even
on the land.
earlier in the 1700s, there was a story from Norway or Sweden of a captain and his son, two fishermen, went out and parts of the North Pole were defrozen at that time because they had a couple of warm years in a row. So he could go on, and he probably reached Canada, I think, or maybe the east coast of America, since those lanes were now open and not full of ice, where you normally would need those big Russian icebreakers.
Yeah.
Why
Well,
do they have icebreakers?
Here's another thing that they've been studying down there that I would be interested in knowing some more about, and that's that blue ice, sky ice. And they can only work with it down there because it melts.
Yeah,
And
okay, and it's
leaves
strange that
no
it falls
trace.
down in Antarctica too,
Well,
because there are no flight paths.
it leaves no trace. I'd like to know what it melts into. I mean, even like dry ice will, it's
Well,
frozen carbon dioxide. So I'm kind of interested in that
I'll tell
aspect
you.
of it.
I'll
But
tell you.
the prospect of more land and possibly other peoples beyond Antarctica, I think that that's a heavy duty possibility. So there's your answers to that one.
Supercooled dual atoma, 2 atoms of air, and then supercooled below 375 Kelvin. And if you do that, you get perfectly blue ice. And when you release it like dry ice,
Yeah.
those white blocks, those also evaporate. Only those are, what's it called? Oxygen, highly cooled blocks. Well,
Well,
it's got a chemical name, and yeah, they put it in the rooms and they cool complete buildings with only the dry ice. And if you get hydrogenated dual water molecules, so not H2O, 2 times O, and you supercool that, you get the blue ice, and that evaporates into air immediately at room temperature.
So this is
Life is simple, baby.
Wrong, Mr. B. Mr. B. It was truck driver, Mr. B. In here.
No, as a goat.
See, there's two Mr. B.
Yeah, goat boy.
There's two of them. One is truck driver, Mr. B. This guy.
Yeah, we all got a split personality, Big Bear.
There must be a pyramid in Ironton, Ohio.
Yeah,
Okay.
built by that millionaire.
What makes
in
you
his
think that
backyard.
pyramids? What makes you think that pyramids are for the dead?
No, they're warehouses. There were 35 to 40 pyramids in Cairo before they built the first Aswan Dam in 1870. That was a small dam, and then
Well,
in
the thing is,
1940 they built a big dam.
People get the idea that the pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, were tombs, yet they failed to understand that there were never anybody found in the pyramids. There were no mummified remains. There was no
where you put the
tombs,
capstone.
anything in there. So that's
Where you put the capstone were the herders. They stood on top of the warehouse and guided all the streams of wares that came off the boats and needed to be directed to the right and correct place in the warehouses. That warehouse was for grain, the big pyramid of Cheops that exploded. Have you ever seen a grain explosion?
Yeah.
Now come back. That's what
Yeah.
happened at the Great Pyramid of Cheops. And after that there was a big crack in it.
I would have to contest the idea that they were any kind of a warehouse, because that's a really piss poor shape of a structure.
They were filled with grain. It was
Yeah,
a dust
There's
explosion
nowhere
from
to
the
fill them
grain.
with. There's nowhere. Things are solid except for a few.
If your valley floods every year, sir, you need to put them behind dry
But there's
wall.
there's no storage. I mean, for the mass and size of these things, they're not. It's a incredibly inefficient storage. Incredibly inefficient.
It's a castle. It's a vault.
So I don't know. I kind of go along the
Look
idea
at your
that I
Fort
think
Knox.
that
It's
they
empty,
were-
but it's still there and it functions.
There again, just like the other pyramids are right by water, the ones in South America, they all seem to have the same alignment.
Those had another
Um,
problem with the gold because that was monoatomic gold in the river water. You cannot find chunks of gold in South America. So they had the golden fleece, the tulle fleece, a sheep skin put on those stairs. The water went up through the pyramid from the Aztecs and the Maya, and then flooded down over those sheepskins, and the gold would stay behind in the filter of the sheepskin. And that's how they got all those gold ornaments. History to you.
So the pyramids were pumps.
There were water systems pumped. The Archimedes screw. It's a water system that pumps, turns the screw round.
There's no evidence of that.
The Archimedes screw. You
Oh, well,
can
there
use
is
it
of an
yourself.
Archimedes screw, but not of one in the pyramids.
No, they took it out because they were all wooden.
They've got these huge sarcophagi in there, what they call sarcophagi, these big, huge, highly polished black boxes.
The Masons. Yeah,
And it's
they-
like, how the fuck did they even get them in there?
how do you pour concrete? First, you make a
You
wooden.
know, it's like,
chest.
that's some pretty interesting shit, man. It's like, it's highly
make the
polished.
scaffolding
There's
first.
barely enough room to get beside the fucking thing to go next to it. I'm like, this is really crazy shit.
I've posted the recipe for the geopolymer, but nobody looks. It's a concrete. All pyramids are. All large construction blocks are. You make a scaffolding of wooden planks. You fill it up, or you make 2 scaffoldings, and you have a thin wall. You wait till it dries. The pyramids pyramids. What are those called in Sumeria?
But in any
those
case,
three-
we're finding these things all over the world. We're finding these all over the world, and I myself, I think that with the conjunction of what they're made of, usually a hexagonal crystal entity, crystalline material, always near water, always near the water. And I think it's the frequency of the water. They've known the importance of the frequency of the water.
What's the first thing every American says about the Chinese? They copy fucking everything from us. So what do humans
then
do who travel? They
supposedly
copy
pyramids-
fucking everything.
Supposedly, there's pyramids in Antarctica. They found them in Bosnia,
Good idea.
here in the
Spread.
Americas.
Good
um,
idea spread.
So that's I think there's more to it. I don't think that it was so much as a pumping system. It's an interesting theory, but
And again, on the pyramids, in the Valley of the Kings, that's where all those kings and even some queens were found. Never in a pyramid.
no,
Not Joseph's
they didn't ever find
pyramid,
any bodies in
not the
pyramids.
stepped pyramid in Ethiopia, and not the caved-in pyramid in the Old Kingdom, as they state, because the Old Kingdom is in South Africa. And that's a real old Egyptian kingdom, and that was the paradise time of King Shlomo or Solomon with his gold mines and the King Sheba palace. It's all there. Nobody looks. Where's Adam's calendar? In the northern point of Africa. Exactly correct. Every day a shade touches one stone 364 days a year, and the 5th day is your Jubilee day, and then it hits the first stone in front, which it does not hit the whole 364 other days. A perfect calendar. Ka'alender Adam.
Yeah. There's some. Well, there again, we've got so much, and there in that field. My God, you've got your detractors in that too. You really do.
Let them
you
shoot.
really do. You really do. You got these people. They got to go with the mainstream narrative, which is always horse shit. But if you're not of the mainstream narrative, you don't get the funding. You don't get that's how this shit always goes. The scientists will all agree if you censor the ones that don't.
What most
and that-
scientists don't know is what you know is which the names of my schools were from childhood to adulthood. So if I'm gonna name them, they'll back off immediately. So
Yes, Mr. B, I never smoke bad weed. I only ever have good weed. And the beauty of it is maybe you ought to start smoking some. Maybe you'll become bright or something. I don't know.
you got
But-
all your shit in the kitchen on the shit ledger next to your pants when you're cooking shit to put shit in.
But that does crack me up. I mean, it's there again. He's of the same intellect as Sean Hawkins is. They don't
He
have
loves the
any.
drama.
They don't have any information. They
They
don't
feed on
have any
drama.
information. The only thing that they do have is going, you know, oh, that's not,
Yeah, that's technology you can't make anymore. That's an answering machine. You call 20 times a day, and each time it's the same. Beep, we're not home right now. Leave your message at the beep. Beep. Or you got the fax machine.
Here you go. Who was it? It was that Hello Baby was telling her friend, check these ones out. Look, here's a few.
Those are from, I mean, think ODD, could be David Wise too, or Jaron, that side. They had one time a complete video, 2.5 hours long, and all they do is show those memes in the
Oh yeah, I've
background and
seen
all
some of those
different
before.
ones. Piss myself, man. Some of them are brilliant.
Oh, I
And they
know.
have a
There's
complete
beautiful.
channel on the app. Yeah. So
I mean, and there's.
I believe
this
what
is the
David
thing, and a lot
lowered
of
the
times,
price.
a
I
lot of
believe David
times.
lowered the price to $1 now for the app. So it was $3 or $4.
Oh,
And I
it
believe
lowered the
David
price?
lowered it.
Oh wow,
I
that's cool.
think he had a commercial on it that he lowered it now to $1, or it was with a year subscription that you got $1 a month or something. It became cheaper.
Oh yeah, for the subscription thing. Yeah.
Flat Earth and Zodiac and
Well, see
Sun app.
the blurfs love to go. All you guys got are memes. Well, no, that's not true.
Put them on a
But
marine boat.
when
Done.
you do use memetics like that, it's a very efficient way of conveying information. You see, for instance, like this one right here. This is a good one. All right, this is on gas pressure systems.
Hmm.
Okay, and it gives the examples. And of course, when you go ahead and you zoom in, there's all the
Yeah.
information.
It's the
on
small
it.
letters.
You know, but that's, you know, you can these are provable things. These are
It's a complete
provable things.
conundrum. Yeah.
And usually their answer is, oh well, you can't give an example because it's too big. No, I'm sorry, that's not good enough.
Natural
That's not good
physics,
enough,
nothing
and that's
more.
not science. That's not science. Okay, that's
And
not the scientific method at all.
correct. And the
You
one from last night's live you did, Sunday night something. The Cage was his name, I think.
Yeah,
You spoke on buoyancy and gravity. I sent you a mail. I got every calculation he asked for on buoyancy, upward force and downward force in a medium, as air is a medium, a liquid, and water is a medium. It's all agua. It's all
when-
H2O in a form.
when I explain a lot of times that, I say just think of the air around you as a really super thin fluid. Okay, because it's going to behave the same way.
That's why I took those 10 JPEGs there from a children's site for math for dumb children. It's called, crudely translated. Like those yellow books you had in the bookshops, programming for dummies and cooking for dummies. Those
Mr.
whole series.
Mr. B, he says, so go to the local school board and demand that they teach the world is flat.
They
Listen,
can't.
I know. Now here's
It's an
the
economic
thing.
system. It can't
you-
crash.
Stop sending your kids to government indoctrination centers. Okay, why would I go to Globe Earth is not the only bullshit that they're teaching in school. You realize that, right? Outside of reading and math, the rest of it is pretty much.
La lingua pura, injecta and ejecta.
I mean, that's. I
You
mean,
eject and you inject.
go
That's
to
all
the
they do at
local
school.
school
Yeah.
board. Jesus Christ, I wouldn't go to the I wouldn't have my kids in the fucking local school, especially now.
Why
Especially
would it fuck
now.
up someone's job?
Look how crazy this fucking world is right now in these schools. You got parents actually fighting with school boards to not have pornographic material in the school libraries.
Well, Crowder
Are you
being lynched
fucking
only
kidding
with a
me?
table. Yeah, going to
I
a
mean, what?
university.
So what are they doing? And they want to push this bullshit on your kids, come hell or high water.
Well, that
Despite what the parents want, despite what the students want, they're going to shove this shit down your throat, man. And this is where people are doing that. Like my neighbor, he said, no, he says, I was going to go register my kid up to the school. You know, she's old enough to go. And he said, me and the missus talked, and nope, we're doing homeschooling.
yeah, but
It's too nuts.
you got to open your eyes sometimes, people. And I'm gonna get a whole lot of backlash again on this because when I brought the articles out years back, I got the same shit, and I was banned at almost every platform for at least a half year. That Obama wanted to reinstate a new kind of youth movement of girls and boys like the Scouts, but more military.
Paramilitary outfit.
Yeah,
That's
and I
what
thought
we
to
need.
myself, what the fuck? The brown skirts, are they coming back? Is the
Yeah,
SS
but
back on the street in a couple of years when those kids grow up? And yeah, we got Antifa. They did it perfectly. Obamacare. Yeah, you cared for the wrong shit. Sorry, Obama.
well, here's the thing, and this is some
Go
bullshit.
back to the barracks.
Here's some bullshit. Okay. Where they say that healthcare is a right, not anything that you do.
To
If
be,
it's at someone else's expense, it's not a right. Okay.
you have a right to provide for yourself and have a
There you
living
go.
and a house. Yeah,
There you go. You don't have a right. You have a right to healthcare, yes, but you don't have a right to have me pay for it. You understand? That's where it lies. That's where it lies at. Okay. If it's a good idea, then you shouldn't have to demand that everybody do it.
correct. And it's the same with the woods. Go out and take some, how's it called? Sarsaparilla. It's green, purple leaf, and it's
Yeah.
just a kind of lettuce. It grows everywhere. You got wild berries, wild strawberries, not as much as they used to be, because take any sort genus book from the 1800s on wild species of vegetable and all those sorts and fruits, you'll find so many species that are extinct or taken out by companies or crossbreeding. There used to be more than 200 strawberry species. Now you have three: the wild strawberry, the genetic strawberry, and yeah, I don't know what the third one's called, but
What was it? It was old Rockefeller that said that. He says, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers.
doers, yeah.
And that's what we have. That's what it's what it is, because like we said last night, they teach to the test. Okay. Memorize these things. Doesn't matter if you really understand it, as long as you regurgitate it back on the test. Otherwise, we lose our funding. You see, this is where it all comes down to.
You
And it's
become
not about
internalized.
education. It comes down to, once again, the golden handcuffs.
Yeah. You
And
get internalized into the system. You internalize it yourself, the information. You make it yourself. And at the moment, you can correctly regurgitate like a young bird that is fed. You can throw it back up, as I stated in the
Well,
exam. Then you're through. And you
what
can
they
go on.
what they got here is as part of that No Child Left Behind initiative, right?
That's all.
They put in this thing, it's called Standards of Learning, SOL, and they're a state test that the kids have to
SQL.
take.
That's internet.
Yeah, and they have to take this test, and the school has to average at least a certain amount of the students passing it
Yes.
in order to continue getting the federal funding. It's a fucking
And
mess.
that's where a great movie came from, and it's from 1981. James Belushi, The Principal.
Yeah.
He- and later on, that became Coolio and Sandra. No, what's she called, the actress? Gangster's Paradise, that movie in '94. And then we got in '96 the AIDS problem again with the movie Kids. That was very horrible. Nobody's seen that, the movie Kids. It's about 4 teenagers in the '90s, and yeah, they fuck around, do drugs, needles, heroin, all the shit. And one of them, yeah, gets AIDS, and then it's her girlfriend of his girlfriend, but the friend fucked her too, so he's got AIDS too. But the real boyfriend doesn't get AIDS, and it's a whole story. And those are those forgotten movies, and yeah.
That was another one from Dr. Fauci. That
Oh,
whole
yeah.
fucking AIDS thing. Jesus Christ. They see, and it's always the
And
same.
the
Always the
patent
same little
went away.
fucking player.
Yeah.
I mean, how many years has that little weazened up fucking Henry Kissinger been marching his ass in around in the fucking White House and on Capitol Hill?
How many scientists
Ever since I was
Yeah.
little, man. If fucking guys all the time in there. And then
And
you got
even-
these other little spooks like Donald Rumsfeld and Karl Rove. And those are the people you got to watch, not the buffoon that's polishing that seat with his ass, because that guy is just a puppet, bro. You know?
Yeah, and we're on the service, just so the first week the stereo stab in your both shoulders, and then you get a stab in your arm for diphtheria and all that sort of tests, and you get vaccinated in 1 week 7, 8, 9 times. When you go into the military, you haven't done anything yet. You're just in. You're only put full of chemicals and
You spelled THC wrong, sweetheart. It's abbreviation for tetrahydrocannabinol. Anyway, I thought that was funny, Mr. B.
Canary bird doesn't.
For the life of me, I can't understand why truck driver Mr. B. See, here's what we got. We got
He steers a rig. He steers a
we-
rig. Yeah.
No, we have smart Mr. B, who's here, and he's been on panel before. He's a very intelligent man. And then we've got dumb Mr. B, or truck driver Mr. B.
Shut up,
And-
you fool! I don't find no plane.
So
Well,
yeah,
here's Murdoch. Ta-ta-ta-ta. That was the best character ever, Murdoch. Wow.
yeah, man. So
Always in the nut house, and they,
So right now there was a bit of confusion going on because there's two Mr. B's. One has a period and the other one doesn't have a period. So the smart Mr. B is on his period. Is that how I'm going to remember that?
I could recommend some surgeon for you. You could become a man. You can lose your period.
Oh my God. Don't even get me started on that dumb shit. I mean, that right there. Okay. So what's going through somebody's head, right? They're going,
When are you most influenceable?
At first it sounded crazy, but then I mulled it over a little bit, and I think I'm gonna chop my wiener off. I mean, who the fuck is doing this? Who's thinking this way?
When's the moment in your life that most people say to their parents, your way? Fuck it, I'll do it my way. 12, 13 years?
You're a man,
You talk with your friends and your schoolmates, and you see new ideas. Your teachers teach you new ideas, and then you form your own opinion, and you talk about your subjects.
Mr. B said that he's a man boy. He says, I am all man boy.
Hi, boy.
He says, I am
Love
all
you,
man.
love you, long time.
See what it says? I am all man boy.
Hamid.
Yeah, well, I'm man bear pig. I like man bear pig.
Great. South Park. And again, in South Park, they got one Jew, Kyle, and one black guy. What's his name? Token. The token black guy.
Dude, I saw
They
one
put
of
it in
these.
your face. We're broken? Sovereign, you
second.
there?
Yeah, I'm there. So I saw this video of this
I thought you had a
Decepticon.
cup, you were standing still.
Okay, so this Decepticon was complaining about the cramps that they were having from a period. They were having a menstrual cycle. And I'm like,
Dylan the moron with his
are
tampon.
you
Go away.
fucking retarded? man. You want to be a woman, but you don't even know how a woman works. So how are you having cramps if you don't have a uterus? Right?
Yeah.
And this guy was going on all about it, trying to act like, he was actually really having this
Mhm.
thing going on. And I'm like, wow, man, this is,
Yeah. And where's the story about the big Olympian that wanted to be transitioned back into a man 3 years back? And 2 months later, that complete story disappeared. So if you want to turn back, sir, you can. Just like Ace Ventura. Only, yeah, dikke snippers, no growbackers.
Smart Mr. B says, I need my pampering. You need to change your name, Mr. B, so you got like Smart Mr. B on there. So we can,
Hey, boo boo, I'm smarter than the average man.
boo boo. Well, let's get some picnic baskets.
Hello there, Forester Ranger.
People who listen, them fucking bears are serious about that shit too, man. It ain't funny, man. I've seen them peel a goddamn Volkswagen Bug open just to get to the food inside. That ain't no shit.
The most beautiful movies are with people that go on a safari and then, oh, look, it's a hippo. Run now, run. Oh,
They
such a lovely hippo. Yeah.
they run fast on the bottom of the river, man. They'll be underwater running on the
35
ground.
to 40 miles. Fast fuckers, those fat ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, I don't
Those
even
aren't
wanna,
obese. Those are fast fuckers.
I don't even want to screw with something like that, man.
And-
I
and-
got
yeah.
chased up into a tree by a wild boar down in Georgia one time.
Oh, yeah, me too. On exercise in
Yeah.
the Schwarzwald one time in
Fucker wouldn't let
spring.
me down for like a few
Nah.
hours.
No, and you can shout, and you can throw the twigs and the sticks down, or anything you can find, acorns.
No, they
Fucker,
don't care.
give up. And especially when they got young ones,
Yeah.
oh, then you're done.
Yeah, Anson said, he said they're super scary. Yeah, they are, man.
And if you're experienced it, you know the sound by heart. Oh shit! It's that squeaky, icky sound in the darkness.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the monkeys either, Anson. I'm not a big he says pigs and monkeys actually
12
scary.
monkeys.
Let me
You
tell
got
you
long
something, man.
pig.
You know them flying monkeys in the Wizard of Oz? When I was a kid,
Also.
those things terrified the shit out of me, man.
Yeah,
I
the 60s
swear to God,
version, yeah.
I remember turning my head away from the screen because I didn't want to see them flying monkeys, man. They scared the shit out of me.
And then we got the politically correct Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, the Oz version with the skaters. Those were the flying monkeys, those roller skaters. Ease on up down the road. Da, 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 da. Remember that movie? And then we got Dorothy 2, Return to Oz, Saving the Emerald Kingdom. That's 1986. And then we got Falcor from the Neverending Story. Shall I continue, gentlemen? I know all pop history. I'm a noob, I'm an asshole, and I'm a nerd. And I can punch your nose in.
Smart Mr. B said that this Mr. B confusion sucks. I'm changing my name to SSUM.
Oh, sir, why Confucian? Confucius was very good guy.
You
Yes,
can't-
he taught man
be
fish.
me, man. You can't be me. What's up? Right?
Oh, now
Yeah,
I will challenge
yeah.
you, master, for a fight. Wah!
Good idea.
Those synchronized movies.
Diana Ross. That's right, man. The Wiz. I remember
Yep.
the Wiz. He's on down the road. Yeah. And there again, I thought that came out around that same time that I was thinking that they had some kind of a law, that since they had a white Wizard of Oz, they had to have a black Wizard of Oz. I mean, it's just like I thought that was like the rules.
Who did the
That's how everything
remake?
went.
Tim Burton did Alice and Through the Looking Glass. And yeah, luckily for me, Pink did that song from Through the Looking Glass. Burn like fire. Da, 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 da. Look up the movie Through the Looking Glass. It's the second book normally of the story of Alice. Only Tim Burton filmed it, and Pink had that song, Bright Like Fire. She did it live at the MTV Music Awards.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, she's got a beautiful voice, and yeah, there's also this ride along with the fat comedian. I forget his name because yeah, he's a poof.
He has
This,
some funny bits, but she goes to a local playground and she hangs upside down in a playground apparatus, and she still sings a high G and C and pure upside down. And she show singing is easy if you like it.
who was it I saw recently that really does awesome impersonations of other singers is Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande. I saw her
Yeah,
impersonate a few other singers, and I
Adrian,
was like,
Adrian, you
"What?"
mean Adrian Grant?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, and
So,
Justin is Justine, so
see, this is the
that's why they were
problem.
a couple.
This
I'm
is the
sorry,
problem.
Justin.
This is the problem we got.
Biberon.
Truck driver, Mr. B. This is the problem I've got. Okay, is that at 120,000 feet, we still have no detectable curvature. You see, and that is a huge problem for the
Well, that's a
globe.
stage light.
Yeah, it's stage light. We call it the sun. But here's another interesting thing. Notice how it's brighter under the sun than it is over here.
I
Right?
believe
There's
Jay
like
Tolan is with
there's what you would call like a hot spot right there.
The
And
fly
all
guy
of
is
these,
on it. Jay Tolan. He has his own plane. He is the pilot. He filmed in infrared California and all land masses that you can see from the California Bay till Mexico Bay, I believe, almost 1,000 miles in infrared. And
Well,
any soldier knows what infrared is.
here's
That's
a
a true vision.
this is a picture at 120,000 feet. That area of distance is 500 miles. And there's no detectable curvature. And there again with the sun under the highlight. There's another one. I got to find it. That's really cool. Where'd he go? He left. Okay. There's another one that I have where it's a film clip and you can actually see the sun. And then as the thing turns around, you see the moon way off in the distance, which would not be possible considering that the moon was over the other side of the earth at the time. Let's see, what do we got? I'm looking around here. See, and this is where you got to be careful with this shit. See, why is there if the earth's behind him, why is it in his helmet? There again, that's the kind of shit that you're talking about. And then, like I've said before, the devil's always in the detail. Where'd you go, man? Where'd MCAX? Oh, he said he'd be back in a moment. Okay. I was wondering. It was like he just got mad and left or something. Let me see. I got another one. This is this one. I love this one. That's why I call it the International Imagination Station. Because you'd have to. I mean, how many green screen fuck ups can you watch happen before you go? I mean, all they have to do, fake it once. Okay. And you might be able to go, okay, yeah, we faked it because of, budgetary concerns and shit. And we're sorry. But time and time and time and time again, listen, if you got to fake that, it ain't real. It ain't real.
Correct. In the private chat, I saw a snippet. First, the whole video was almost an hour long from the flight over California in infrared. This is only 2 minutes long, but it's over the clouds, and you can see, it's infrared, and it's the true vision, as they state in science and in the military, and with lasers. And
how long is this thing?
It's only about 2 minutes, so it's a short one.
Hang on one sec. Let me put it over here so I can bring it up on.
And I found him back in the day through, may God rest his soul, Bob from Globebusters and Jaron. They had a bit on him, and he was the first one that with the infrared lens,
All right, let me let this play, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me a piece of cake.
Enjoy.
Sorry, I didn't know I had the sound muted on it. Pretty crazy. I mean, that's the kind of shit that you can't get around that. You know, you just can't get around that. And it's like that's what I was saying about that flight, that direct flight. There is some kind of deception happening there for that plane to make that in 12 hours. And we know it's not because the Earth's a ball, because we have no measurable curvature. So there's something else going on. We saw the deception on the airliner in comparison to an actual compass. Compass actually had a reading of southwest while the flight information was saying northwest. That's a problem. Everybody still doing good out there? Everybody good? Everybody still hear me? Is space real? Let me see something.
Not ever. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Californication. Put a sock on it.
Dude,
Yeah, for the guitarist. We miss you, man. Flea.
this is interesting too. Watch this. This is where they photoshopped that. This was supposed to be the Blue Marble 2. This was on everybody's iPhone, I think, in 2012. And there it
Yeah,
is.
you know how you can trace them always? The animators and videographers all have the same class at the same school. And the number of that classroom, it's an eternal joke, and it's in every cartoon. Every movie, you can find that classroom number. And that's how you know they fake it. It's everywhere. And I ain't gonna name the number because it's our inside joke. And it was there with the rescuers, Bernard and Bianca, while they got the Albatross Airlines to Australia to rescue the kid from the crocodile and the two kidnappers.
I'll tell you what, I do know this. They are definitely worried about people not believing that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah, when people,
I mean, they
don't
really
get
are.
me,
To a
I'll
point.
always explain. It's like the movie Snatch. It's like the other movie with Edward Norton and what's it called? Fight Club. And then you go back to 30 Monkeys. and throw that all together in one scenario, and then you got what we have today. It's one big shit show, and everybody wants to rule the world by destroying the other. And when they got that, they
Well-
think they have won again.
When you see levels of censorship to the magnitude that we've seen on this subject, right?
Yeah,
Then you know you're actually hitting something. Okay. Then you know that you're over the target.
yeah, but they
Or
work so
elsewise,
hard
why
for
would-
censorship, but they don't.
Elsewise, why would anybody fucking care? Right?
How many times have you heard they have to show it before they do it? So most stuff is in
Well,
legislation, in movies, 10 years before it happens, because they have to tell you over and over again. Super Mario Brothers was a movie in the 80s too. What was in it? The Twin Towers that fell by King Koopa. Not the new Mario Brothers, the old one.
Well, what I'm saying is that when you, yeah, they do show it to you. They do. They give you it. It's like, I believe that there is that bit of karmic relief being done, but they are deathly afraid of people coming to the realization of true earth. They, to the point where you're actually going to make it part of the nation's business to actively seek censorship through the alphabet agents, the alphabet companies, you know, like Google and Facebook and all the rest of them. So that's part of the nation's business. It's that important that people not discuss the true earth.
Well, they've been
That they
stirring up.
believe this cockamamie, scientifically impossible bullshit.
Yeah, they've been putting emphasis on words and on the public status and your ethnicity and your geographic ethnicity. Even if you were born in America, you're an American, so you are not African American no more. You're an American-born citizen. You're born in the United States. Done.
Yeah,
Do
well,
not separate yourself. You're Hispanic, and your parents may have come to America. You are born on American soil. You're an American citizen. Done. You're not Hispanic or any race. You're all people. You're human.
oh yeah,
Divide and
Level with
conquer.
Me.
Wow, that's
Did you see it, Renee? The new movie, Level with Me. It's pretty good, man. It really goes over the whole Challenger tragedy really well. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I wouldn't mind showing it.
same experiment the Globebusters did in 2018. They came to a conference in the Netherlands. I wasn't there, sorry. I had no money. And I think it was one of the University of Leiden, of maybe the University in Friesland in, oh, I forgot that city. Well, there's a university in Friesland too, and in Groningen, and in Utrecht, and in Amsterdam. We got them in every city. And he helped them with a laser straight across our IJsselmeer, our Northern Sea, where we got the Afsluitdijk, the closing dike.
Right.
And a dike is also, yeah, a homosexual woman.
Well, I was just gonna say that when they started doing that, it took a whole nother turn when the little Dutch boy put his thumb in a dike.
Yeah, Jantje van Leiden.
That's
John from
nasty.
Leiden, yeah. He
That's
suffered. He suffered with his fingers standing there 24 hours a day before someone saw him. John from Leiden. He suffered. To leid, yeah. Leiden is Dutch as well
Okay.
for to lead as to suffer. It's intonations.
Now, I'm going to show you a picture, and you got to keep in mind these guys just came back from achieving the most monumental historical thing man has ever
And the
done.
25-year anniversary or the first one?
Look at that. Don't they look excited? Look at that. They don't at all look like their whole mannerisms to me looked like errant schoolboys that were sitting in the principal's office. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even
Yeah.
Buzz sitting there fucking around playing with that paper and pencil and shit, nervous as a whore in church. They all, I mean, their body language was
Correct.
full of deception.
To be
You know,
like
but
Columbo
not-
and Patrick Jane from Lie to Me, you see it in their eyes.
Yeah,
and their
yeah.
mannerisms and their twitches, and same what you stated before with the Starlight. That's the same interview where they state you cannot see sunlight in a vacuum because there is no atmosphere. The moon has no atmosphere. Therefore, we cannot see starlight. Okay, so again, NASA, how can we see starlight on Earth? Through our atmosphere. If that light cannot reach the moon, but it can reach Earth, and then it filters through our atmosphere and becomes light. No, stop.
Well, there's no atmosphere. However, according to NASA, the pressure on the moon
Is now.
negative 10 to the 14th, Tor.
Yeah, they changed it 2
But
years back.
dead space is negative 10 to the 17th.
Mhm.
So there's a slight bit of pressure, is what they're trying to say on them. And it's like, fuck you. How in the world would you even know any of that?
They don't know Thor, and they
Now,
don't
here's what
know
we were talking about.
vacuum.
Here's what we were talking about earlier about the size of the space station and comparison to like a football field, an airliner. And
Yeah,
there it
take it
is. You
perspective
know?
wise.
And how in the
And-
fuck are you going to see that at 250 miles away? You're not.
And I don't know if the good Mr. B is still listening. If I'm correct, you received an email from me about a painting and all those additives in your food, because that question was posed by you yesterday about how good is our food in the shops. So I sent you that information.
So, hello, baby.
Hello, my
I've
baby.
thought
Hello,
along.
darling.
I've thought along those lines right there too. That they was about to blast off, and they told him no at the last minute. Kind of like, if you ever saw the movie Capricorn 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they did with those
1973.
guys. Come on, get out. We got to go right now. You know, and they're like, "What's going on?" You know, we'll explain it. You know, and they take them off, and it's like they had no choice but to cooperate. You know.
Yeah, and they tried to do that again 4 or 5 years back with a science fiction series. They stopped it in the middle of the
Dude,
second season. It was
I'm
called The Ark,
I'm so
and now we got the Ark again.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that that movie even made it to the movie theaters.
Well, it is an alliteration or
Because it's
a movie version of a psychologist's
no, not that one.
thesis
I'm
from
talking
the
about
1800s.
I'm talking about Capricorn 1.
Yeah, locking those people up in this fake spaceship, and people die and disappear, and then they think to see an alien outside, but that's one of the controllers, the operators on
That's
the
not what
outside.
happened. That's not what happened in that movie. They took these guys out of the capsule. It was going to be the first manned mission to Mars. And right just before the thing blasted off, they went up and they got these guys out of the capsule, took them down through the escape tube and shit, and then whisked them off in a private jet and landed it like an old Army
Oh,
air
wait,
base.
yeah, that's a 1983 NASA alliteration.
Yeah,
That
it was
documentary.
1977 is when this
Yeah,
movie
but
came out.
the documentary came 77. Okay.
So it's not a documentary. It had James Brolin,
Oh, yeah, the dark hair guy from
Sam
Planet of the Apes.
Watterson, had Sam Watterson and O.J. Simpson.
He
And-
played in Naked Gun 2.5 also.
Yeah. So he so what it was is then they took him to this air base and they told him, they said, look, we found out at the last minute that the life support system or whatever they gave us would fail and you guys would be dead before you ever even made it to Mars, you know. And he said, but instead of scrubbing the mission because we've got so much money into it and Congress is wanting to pull our budget, we have to play it off like it's a successful mission. And so they had a whole mock-up of the Martian landscape with a lander,
Yeah.
and they were making these guys do, you know, like they were in the capsule and talking back to, you know, giving messages back to Earth and shit like that. And then they found out, they said, look, the only way they're going to keep us for sure from talking is if they kill us. And then they find out that they were going to end up trying to kill them on
Yeah.
their saying that
was a
they died
spark
on
and
re-entry.
100%, yeah, a spark and 100%
It's
oxygen.
great because at the last scene of the movie is they're at the memorial service for the astronauts, and the wife's all there and they're having the funeral and all that shit. And here comes James Brolin running up through the cemetery to his own funeral.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, the gig is up now. Look at there, Sean Swallows Hawkins. Oh, I'm not deleting anything. I don't know what you're talking about because they would listen, Sean, you're full of fucking shit because your comment will still show up in StreamYard. It just won't show up on YouTube. So nobody has deleted anything from you.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Okay.
that one. Omega Man, you've probably seen that. as
I
well.
remember Omega Man.
Yeah.
Let me see if anybody's been deleting Sean Swallows semen. No, nobody's been deleting anything at all. Otherwise, I would be able to see it. So you're just one of those.
See, it was a fantasy movie, Capricorn 1, 1977. When the first manned flight to Mars is deemed unsafe and scrubbed on the launch pad, anxious authorities must scramble to save face and retain their funding. So, I was correct. It was a fantasy movie. Sorry, I had to check it.
So yeah,
And the year 1978 was Superman, Christopher Reeve, Wheelman.
Look at there. Somebody's playing like they're Sean Hawkins. That's not the real Sean Hawkins. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't put his middle name as Swallows. I think he's just being a joker. So it's funny. Yeah. No, we don't delete anybody's comments on here. If you want to come in here, I allow you to make as much of a fool of yourself as you wish. It's all cool and good.
If at night the swallows fly low, it's a high pressure area, and if they fly high, when the insects are also high in the low pressure area, what kind of weather it could be the next 24 hours. But that's an old wisdom. A swallow is a bird, a tiny black flocking bird. A sparrow also.
Trying to find that fucking picture. There, I found a picture of a satellite in space. You ready? There you go. There's a satellite right there. See? They must have thrown a camera up there into space and had it take a picture while it was floating around by there.
Yeah.
That's probably what they did.
So
You-
they had three
probably
satellites.
Science.
One for the lighting, one for the photo.
They use science. See all the science around me up here right now? I have like a shitload of science up here. How you doing tonight?
Yeah, I see a data cable and an ATA cable and SATA cable and DMM cable and no copper wiring. Strange.
I'm doing pretty good, Dave. A little bit under the weather, but
Oh,
just wanted to
no.
come up for a few minutes.
Just a spring cold or something?
Overworked.
No, it's just it's like gastrointestinal issues, and it just wears you out after days and days of it.
I know.
That's the only thing Coke is good for. Drink 1 can of Coke and clean it out.
You lose so many fluids, and then your
Yeah.
BP can drop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's like I've had that before, and it's like it dehydrates you.
Do you know the product?
literally dehydrates you.
It's charcoal pills. Norrit, we call it in Europe. It's a tablet charcoal pills, and that stops the dehydration with diarrhea. Or you can eat bananas and then you get constipated and you got another problem.
Yeah. I met a guy at the building department. I had to go in for a permit or something, and he was like mid 80s. And I said, how old are you? And he said, 83. And I just got an award for 30 years of work without one sick day.
Wow.
So I asked him, what's your secret? And he said, apple cider vinegar every day.
Yeah. That's real good for decalcification of the pineal gland as well.
Yeah.
I remember Grandma Ruth a couple years back. She was
usually-
102. She took a glass of whiskey each day.
We
Tennessee whiskey.
take about a shot, about as much as you'd put in a shot glass, you know. Of the I usually use Bragg organic apple cider, a pinch of organic cinnamon, and raw honey.
Yep. That's
And
similar to some of the recipes the old timers here in Florida have when they go out and they work long hours in the sun. They don't eat anything. All they do is drink, and it's a recipe of, I think it's cider, salt, honey, and a few other things in there.
And I know it's
honey
an
is
old
like one of the
occupation.
most perfect foods, man. You can actually just live on honey.
I know it's a dying occupation, but if you have seasonal allergies, visit a local beekeeper, take his honey, put it in your tea, in your coffee, I don't care, on your bread. Within 3-4 months, your allergies are gone because all the pollen from your local trees and flowers are in the honey. So your body will get resistance against those allergies. Grow up, people.
The problem here is we used to have a lot of local beekeepers. We used to have a bee club, and they've kind of died out. It's kind of like the corporate takeover. The same thing you see in veterinarian offices. You don't have any good old hometown vets now. You have these corporate veterinarians.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big quacks that don't produce correct seeds.
Same thing that's happened in the dairy industry when the individual dairy farmers have got bought out by the big corporations.
Healthcare is the same thing, Mr. B. Healthcare has done the exact same thing. You get these big corporations and they buy these hospitals. It becomes a corporate outfit. They go in there with their policies and their procedures and shit. And like you were saying, the small town doctor, is gone.
Yeah. The
In
man
lieu
that
of that,
visit you at home when you're sick. You say, doctor, I'm sick. And within the hour or in a reasonable time, he would show up and enter your own room. It was a house doctor, not a practicing doctor with a practice like a psychiatrist.
People were coming home with thousands of dollars in vet bills for something. We never used to spend that kind of money for vet bills. Never.
No. We luckily have still are, but he's getting old. We got Dr. Clark here. Everybody goes to him. But he's getting older and he's not keeping the hours like he used to. But we had one of those over in Harrisonburg where, it's like these big corporate things, and they ended up having to shut it down because this doctor was actually abusing the animals, man. It was,
They state that he abused the animals.
Well,
I don't like the channel, but
listen,
does anyone know Dr. Paul?
He was the only
this
place
program?
open, and we took our dog Fabio to him. And ever since then, Fabio's terrified to go to the fucking vet.
Okay.
He had more problems when he came back from that guy than he had when we took him.
Well,
And
some people don't
luckily
even
he's
go to the
okay now,
dentist. Some people don't even visit the dentist out of fear. It's the same for animals. One is are scared and the other not. And I don't like Discovery Channel, but Dr. Paul, he is a Dutch veterinarian, and he does it in the old ways because he's already 65, 70 years old, the guy.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, that's a bit crude and rude. But would you go to a doctor 100 years back? No, he would amputate your arm, your leg immediately.
Well,
and that was
probably
science
not.
then.
Probably not. They're more apt to amputate some shit today than they would have been back then.
Yeah, they're getting it back.
There was more homeopathic medicine being practiced back then. We're given this illusion of barbarianism.
And that's the secret.
And to a degree, there were some practices that were quite questionable. However, oftentimes, you see, being a doctor was not a gainful endeavor. Okay,
You were a medicine man. You were a
it
healer.
really wasn't. It wasn't unless you lived in a highly populated area. And you were one of only a few doctors, then you could probably make some good money. But as far as being just a doctor, no. People mainly got into that because of not only their interest in it, but the wanting to be able to help. So oftentimes to make ends meet, the barber was often the same as the
Yeah.
doctor. It was the same guy. You know, he already had the sharp instruments and the cutting tools and things like that and the precision hand. So they would do like that.
Hey Dave, can you put up the picture of the space station? And I think it was a 747.
Yeah, let me go back to that. Oh, it's way back there. I'm flipping through. We're almost there. Maybe I clicked a lot longer than I thought. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that one. So I want to approach that question a little bit differently and think of the opposite. And that is, what about looking from a satellite or a balloon or something down at the ground?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know exactly where you're going. I've done that. I've actually done that with simulating moon craters on using Google Earth to do it.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is you can go on Google Earth and go to thousands of airports and see aircraft.
Got an
much-
airport, yeah.
Not at an altitude of 250 miles. If you
Okay,
use your
so that's-
wheel, if you use your wheel on your mouse on Google Earth, you change your altitude. You can zoom in and out, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it will tell you what altitude you're viewing that at.
Well, you didn't let me finish.
Okay.
So the argument is, what altitude are you at? And the way technology has advanced, if you go to maybe even in your small town in the building departments, they don't use aerial surveys anymore. It's too costly. So they use space-based imagery, believe it or not.
It's still just aerial photography. It's just
Have
high
you
altitude
ever-
aerial
But
photography.
Have you
it's-
ever been taught
it's
to
not-
read a map, sir, and
they-
to calculate
they-
the distance according to the legend?
Hold on.
they couldn't afford to do. I mean, they're looking at everyone's homes now. You put up a shed and you're going to get a letter in the mail around here anyhow. And they can't do it economically to the point where, if they were flying airplanes around.
Right. Well,
And you can kind of back that up if you take a look at your own property. You don't have to look at a 747. Just look at your own property and some of the space imagery.
right.
And see, and then go to the history bar if you use Google Earth and go back in time, and you can see how the resolution has gotten better and better and better. And I mean, that doesn't prove that.
I would have to counter that it would be actually cheaper for one to get high altitude
On the
photographs
Sophia telescope, if I may explain.
than
If
it
I may
would be
explain, sorry.
than it would be to put up and try to maintain a satellite. Now, as far as high altitude photographs, oh yes, there are many high altitude photographs taken all the time. That's what Google Earth actually is a composite of high altitude photographs. You actually get different image dates when you go to different portions of Google Earth to look at them.
Well,
they call the Sophia telescope and the airplane, the high altitude airplane for the air pictures. That's the same as the Hubble telescope pictures, exactly to the millimeter. But we go there another time. It was built by a man out of 10,000 1 megapixel cameras. And then they claim it's a photograph of 10 megapixels. No, it's 10 times 1 gigapixel on one camera, and they make a conglomerate of that photo, and they call that one picture of the telescope Sophia. And the man who built it can exactly tell you how he did it with those old 1 gig cameras.
I think
I've
actually, Mr. B, I think I've actually got a picture of the Google blimp that they
So the
use.
NASA technology is not that high tech.
altitude. I think I've actually got a picture of the Google blimp that takes the high altitude. It might not be on this computer.
I'm gonna just give your guess. I don't know the gentleman's name, but I worked in aerospace for over 25 years, so you could say I'm well indoctrinated
Yeah.
in that side.
Boston Aerodynamics or the other one, sir?
So yeah, with high
Okay, I get it.
resolution,
NDA, yes.
let me
okay,
let me
okay.
also go with this too. With the with high altitude photography, as you pointed out, over the years we have gotten better and higher, better resolution, higher resolution for these photographs, which also allows you to take a larger format with a lot more detail as well. So that's been absolutely helpful as well. None of that would be, it would be actually less expensive to take those photographs from high altitude airplanes or balloons than it would to launch a satellite and manipulate it from the ground and wait for it to go around and then take another strip of
So,
pictures.
so my so my
You know what I'm
challenge
saying?
my
With
challenge
some
to
small
you,
electromotors. It's
my
so easy. It's
challenge
a Zeppelin.
my
No more.
challenge my challenge to
Sorry.
you, Dave, would be to go out and find some aircraft equipped with these cameras. There must be a lot of them.
Well, I know that I know one very popular one that you may already know of. It also involved Gary Powers because it's been around for quite some time. The U-2 spy plane.
I'm very familiar with it.
Okay,
And
so you
Right,
design-
that's why I knew you would
As
be.
you designed airplanes, sir,
And
you
that
should know,
that was designed to
okay,
take
but I'm talking
high
about
altitude
I'm
photographs.
talking
sir.
about
You
talking
designed airplanes. You stated you designed airplanes, so you
no,
must know that
I
every
never
every fighter plane in its nose and every commercial airplane has a ground radar, so they can also make pictures out of those radar reflections
let
they
me
put on the black box data.
let me clarify something. I never said I designed airplanes. I
He
said
said he
I
was
was,
in
No, you
aerospace.
worked in aerospace, so
yeah, I never designed airplanes. I worked with space shuttle and
the
other
glide
rockets,
shuttle, yeah.
and I worked with satellites. That was my main focus. I never designed any airplanes.
Okay, if
Mr.
you
B,
worked on the
have you
space
seen
if you
have you
worked on the
seen
space
the
shuttle, you can underwrite the following: when they sent it out the first time to the Hubble telescope, they had to return at 3/4 of the distance because the space shuttle started ripping.
so
They couldn't reach the telescope.
Mr.
Correct,
B, have
sir?
you seen the Hibbler Productions movie that just came out, Level with Me?
No, I'll
You
look it up.
you might want to check that out, being as that you were in aerospace. It mostly most of the movie focuses around the Challenger explosion,
Yeah.
that took place. But yeah, high altitude photographs, they've gotten better and better capabilities with that. Now, what we're often seeing too, a lot of times what people are calling satellites are actually within our atmosphere. They're on balloons. We've seen a couple of them recently that they said were from China. Okay. These were not spy balloons. These are what they call their satellites. NASA
Ooh, boys.
is one of the biggest consumer. It is the biggest consumer of helium in the entire world. There
We've
is
Not
talked
for the funny voices.
a load of these things.
we
on
talked
launch.
we talked about that before. I don't
Yeah.
want to get back into that. I want to continue my argument about the 747.
Well, I ask you about the space shuttle, if it ripped when it went out the first time to the
Well,
Hubble telescope.
hold on. He was in the middle
If
of
you
asking
worked on
me
the
about
space
this.
shuttle, you know that. That's a known fact. The space shuttle ripped at a certain altitude, and that was
We've
not
had-
outside the
we've
atmosphere.
We've had all kind of stuff break on the space shuttle. I mean, the particular incident you're talking about, it's not ringing a bell with me, but that was
The Hubble had its lens wrong inverted.
that's
They
absolutely
mounted it inverted, the lens at first,
they did.
and then the Hubble was too far away, and then
They-
the Hubble had engines, and then the Hubble took his first trajectory with what
They-
fuel? Tell me that. I've seen the building plans. There is no engine or no fuel compartment in the whole fucking Hubble. There are blueprints, sir. You can read them. I'm sorry.
Look,
Break
I'm
your
not
glass.
here. Look, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to have a polite discussion with Dave. I can try and answer some of your questions.
No, you can't.
On the Hubble, it was not that the mirror was inverted. It was that the calibration device that they used was improper. It was improperly figured.
And why didn't you calculate or correct that with a radio signal like you do on the rover on Mars? You can't get that far. It's all radio bouncing on the atmosphere.
Okay,
It's
can I
still,
continue?
It's still
Can I,
1945.
Dave,
Sorry.
can I continue
I'll-
my discussion with you?
I'll turn back. Sorry.
What I'm trying to point out is you could go in an airplane and do that same sort of experiment and look down at the airports and take pictures of the plane on the ground, and you're going to know that the elevation that you're flying at, and then you could try and extrapolate that data, and that's something you yourself could do if you were so inclined to do that.
Yeah,
and
that's the same they do with photo evidence. The things in the background, they know how
Dave,
tall
I'm
they
gonna-
are.
I'm going to jump off, Dave. I keep getting interrupted.
Because he's telling fallacy, sir. Tell correct statements. Sorry,
Tell me one fallacy that I said.
everything that came out of your mouth. I'm very sorry.
Okay, you think everything I said was a fallacy? Tell me one thing that I said that was a fallacy.
Then I ask you to re-listen what I said before, sir, because you will not listen to another correct theory or a statement made by a man without any diploma or any universal merit. And I understand that. It pisses you off that Joe
I'm not-
Dirt knows better science than a scientist or an engineer or an.
It
You still no sound sovereign.
It doesn't piss me off. You sound more angry than I do. I'm trying.
Sovereign, you're not coming through. Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Talk. I think he's on the background with somebody else. Mr. B, it's your floor. Sorry.
No, I'm just waiting for Dave.
Sorry,
And
I'm sorry. I was muted. I didn't know. I didn't know I was muted.
Nashikita Salamadatang, I think you're Indian.
Okay,
From the Indian country.
So MCAX, you got to stop interrupting Mr. B. Okay, you got to
I'm
let
sorry,
him finish
yes.
telling me what he was saying. Okay, and then I want to talk to Nechikita. So go ahead, Mr. B. The floor is yours.
Anyhow, I was just going to say that you could set up some experiments. If you ever fly in an aircraft, you could do that. You could take a look at the available data out there and look at your own backyard. What type of resolution do they get? Can you identify the car in your driveway? Can you identify various things? I mean, the height of a flagpole, looking at an angle. What are the capabilities? And then figure out, can you do that from a balloon, a plane, or a satellite?
Well, you can actually, you can really, I've done this actually using their own high resolution photographs that they have and done experiments like that. You can actually, I picked my old high school football field.
Yeah, that's a good
And
one.
I just went ahead. I was right there at the middle of it, right on ground level. And then I started zooming out away from it. Okay. And I think I was only up to close before I could even see it. It was just a pinprick was at like 40,000 feet. It was barely even perceptible as what it was. It was just like a little green dot. And I kept my eye on it, and anywhere past that, it was over. You're not going to see it. And it's just due to, and also with your own eyes, your angular resolution. Okay, you're only able to see a certain distance. Okay, that's it. Everything else is going to vanish down into the vanishing point, right into the horizon. And we get this idea that, oh, you should be able to see forever. Well, no, not unless you have a crystal palace. Like Superman, you're not going to be seeing forever and ever. So
Well, I've been
you-
up here. I've been up here numerous times with you, Dave, and it seemed like one of the issues was you want proof, and I get that. And
right. Well, and I also compare it into my own practical experience, knowing that there is a limit to your vision. I've noted a decline in mine over the years. At one point in time, I actually had vision that was twice as good as normal people. And over the years, my eyesight has gone down to now where I wear glasses. But in my young days, I could actually see almost twice as far as anybody else.
have you been checked for cataracts?
Yeah, I got my one retina. They told me I was going to go have laser surgery, and they told me they couldn't do it because I have a hole in one of my retinas
Wow.
that they can't do. So they can't do the LASIK surgery. And I was like, well, that's a bummer. But
I was lucky.
they
I had the cataract surgery and had my vision restored to like a teenager.
Mm. See, I'm envious. But anyway, that's the thing. So through practical experience, knowing that the average human range of eyesight is about 3 miles, you got to take all that into account. But yeah, if you actually, I've done the experiments at least on the Google Earth photographs, which are high altitude photographs, very good high resolution, and they're better too because, like you said, you can go on that history bar. And as you go back, the ones when you get back like to like the early 2000s and the late 90s, man, some of that imagery is just piss poor as it could be, and now the imagery is really good, so much so that there's a lot of stuff they have to blur out. Like if you get over China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station, you'll see these huge swaths of area that are like just obviously blurred out.
I'll have to check that out. I haven't done that in a while.
Oh, that's an interesting place to go around and play on Google Earth with, is on the China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. If you go up into the north kind of central area of the base, almost to the ghost town of Darwin, you start looking around on that base and you'll see the skeletal remains of so many different aircraft.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really wild. I found an old B-29 out there. It's really cool, man. But yeah, so as I was saying though, is like I did that with like craters. They say, okay, this is such and such a crater. They say it's this diameter, right? And so I made a little line on the Google Earth that was that size to scale, and then started zooming out. And I was like, no, there ain't no way that moon is 250,000 miles away. There's no fucking way that I would be able to see that crater. You know
where Randsburg is down on 395?
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to go out there, and it was near the base, and you go in a certain way, and they have signs, don't go past here, But anyhow, I used to go out there and look at the Indian petroglyphs out there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was really nice, and until people went out there and started defacing them, and they've
got some preserved. They've got some preserved on the base, but you have to sign up and go on a tour to go see them.
They did have a picture of the Earth there, and it was round. It wasn't pizza shaped.
Huh.
I'm just pulling your leg, Tim.
I was like, how geographically accurate was that? That'd be funny to be like, oh yeah, it wasn't somebody from today did that at all. Oh my God, yeah. I hate it when I've seen people fake artifacts. Back when I really did believe all that crap, I was so disheartened when I found out that Peking Man was a fraud. I was like, oh my God, how could scientists do that? And then I started looking into it and come to find out they're all frauds, man. I'm like, oh my God, you mean that's what they do? They find like 3 or 4 little pieces of bone, and then they stick it on a clay skull that they make and say, oh, look, this is what this guy looked like. And I'm like, you're retarded. You can't tell that. It's just, but people, like I said, perception, right? You can start, if you preface something with leading scientists say experts agree, leading experts agree, anything like that, it will work, man. Most people won't even question it.
Oh, there's all sorts of disagreement in physics, science, even biology, philosophy. People are arguing all the time.
They're supposed to. That's the scientific method.
Yeah.
That's why when people say, "Oh, trust the science," or "You're against science," it's like, what are you? Science isn't a thing; it's a process. When you get this, just because somebody's in a white coat doesn't make them a scientist.
Hey, Dave, do you have an iPhone or an Android phone?
I have an Android.
Okay. So I don't know the specs on an Android, but like on iPhones, when you look at those phones, some of them have 4 billion, some of them have 8 billion equivalent transistors in the chips. But we can't see it. And I could never prove to you that there was 4 billion transistors in that phone.
Well,
But
you can, if you magnify that, yeah, I'm sure you can see that. I've seen it's something, just not to get off topic, but what's really interesting about that is if you take a look at the pictures of transistors, or even the transistors you can see inside of a radio, and then compare it to like an aerial view of a city.
Yeah.
It's like the same fucking thing. All the little wires are the streets and the cars are the current, going through the wires. It's the same thing, man.
The point is, I can't imagine 8 billion transistors inside that little phone I'm holding in my hand, plus all the other stuff in there. It's hard to imagine that. And that's one of the things with these debates is it's hard for us to get a grasp on sizes, and time.
Well, there again, with that is something that is actually demonstrably provable. Okay. Because we can take an object. Here it is, something that we're physically holding in our hands. Right. And we can actually look at those things if we've got the magnifying power to look down that. So I don't know, 8 billion. Did somebody count them, or is that an estimate? We'll just say that sounds like a good number. But there again, that's something that is actually demonstrably provable right there. Whereas a lot of the things that we find in the astrophysics world is based on assumption, speculation, only portions of it. But that's all it takes, is because once you use an assumptive value in any of your calculations, the answer that you derive at is going to thereby be assumptive. You see, this is what I was trying to pin Nick Volt down on the other night when I said, how would they know how far away these objects are?
Oh, the dinner plate argument. I saw.
Yeah. And I was like, no, perspective, because perspective is exactly the reason that the heliocentrists give us that reason as to why the sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky. They say one is 400 times bigger and 400 times further, and thereby it makes it look like it's the same size. Well, that's perspective. So if you're telling me you can hold up a dinner plate or something and tell me by eclipsing the moon how far away it is, calculating how far that is from your eye, then you're going to get the same distance from the plate to your eye when you eclipse the sun, which is said to be 93 million miles away and 836,000 miles in diameter. So if that method actually worked, it would show that the moon and the sun were actually the same distance away from us. So that's wouldn't work, and it's due to that perspective. So a large object very far away can behave the same as a smaller object up close, like those B-grade movies with they dress up an iguana and have people who are supposed to be cavemen, and they're fighting this dinosaur, and they got the iguana dressed up. Well, they got the iguana right up here close to the camera, and these people are way back here in the distance doing this fighting, so that because of perspective, they look like they're dwarfed by the iguana. Same reason I can cover my, almost my entire face with one finger by moving it closer to the camera because of perspective. But as you see, as I move by it, only just a small fraction of my face does it really cover. It's
Hey, Dave, I want to make one more short point and then jump off. And I've
Mhm.
been hogging the panel here a little bit. But, after Z came on and that stuff was going on, and I just kind of took a vacation from here. And it gave me some time to think and read. And by the way, because of you, I had to spend a few $100 in textbooks.
because of me.
So, what I concluded? It doesn't, we can disagree, but in the end, why does it really matter? Because none of us are getting off this planet for a very long time. We all have to live together on this planet. No one's going anywhere.
My biggest thing is this with it. Okay, because I do believe, I really do, I thoroughly believe that they're hiding other land, and that this whole globe deception is one of the key foundations to their control over us. It's going to keep us from going anywhere. Where else is there to go, right? Okay, we have to deal with these limited resources because there's nowhere else that there's any resources or anything. You see what I'm saying? It keeps you within that whole idea of, well, this is it. But on top of it, I think that once you get, who needs to get off of the place? Nobody's trying to get off of it. We want to go other places as well, which I think you can do. I think that in the outer spaces, maybe extra terra, extra land. There's a lot of old cartography that would suggest this to be true. Also, some writings that would indicate that this is perhaps the case. We don't know. But with that whole idea and that premise brewing around in your head, scientifically, really, if you think it's scientifically impossible. But if you are wrapping your mind around something that impossible, they can make you believe any damn thing. They can even make you believe that they just made Alfred E. Newman king of the UK, man. That they can make you believe all kinds of nonsense, and they do. They really do. And I think that it also hides God, a creator. It's a lot better knowing that there is a creator and he's not very far away. Not really.
Yeah. That's a good point I can agree on.
It's just like right there, and
all you have to do is lift up a stone.
That's it. So there's, and that makes it to be, well, how could that be on this little infinitesimally small little speck of nothing whirling around through a void just of chaos, and meteorites going to smash into us every other week or some other kind of crap, that's really an uncomfortable thing for the spirit. It really is. And it also gives them a lot of things to keep you afraid of. Aliens from another planet might come and probe your butt, or a big rock from outer space might come and smash into us. And then they run this idea that, oh, this happened before, and that's why the dinosaurs aren't around anymore, is because a big rock from space came. And it's like, come on, you guys are just making shit up, So, yeah, I think that that's one of the reasons it matters. But like you were saying with that Zetetic Warrior character, that dude just kind of flipped off the rails. I don't know if you're aware or not, but he did a stream where he was actually calling for people to unalive themselves and for other people to kill their neighbors and all kinds of crazy shit, man. And after that, I don't know. Haven't heard anything from him. I haven't seen him on any shows or anything like that. So I don't know.
Probably,
Maybe there's
that's
lots.
probably a good thing.
Hey,
All right, Dave. Thanks for having me up. I always enjoy coming up and talking to you.
right on, Mr. B. Anytime. It's good to see you again, brother.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if I another time may apologize if I offended you with the interruptions. I hope you read the text in the chat, and I hope I can inform you on the right path.
There's no apology needed. I didn't look at them. I will look at them. But these are subjects that people have. People get emotional about it, and we want to.
Oh, yeah.
I'm willing to talk about things, but it's like
I'm
the way I
passionate
think,
like you. Correct. Sorry.
I do it one at a time. I can't do.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Last, what about this? What about this? What about that? Okay,
Oh,
well, let me answer the first question. So.
Yeah,
But-
I don't like that either. That's why I always have to. Okay, one at a time. Take your pick. What do you want to know? Do you want to know about the seasons? Which one are you going on? Because it's like, well, what's on the other side? What about the seasons? Where does the sun go? And it's like, all right, wait a second. Which one do you
I
want?
should try to
First.
focus more on one thing at a time and not 5 things at a time, and maybe take a notepad with me to listen to the complete statement you want to make and then rebut or refuse some things.
Right.
So I'm sorry for disrupting the
That's
conversation.
okay. It's all right. Maybe maybe
It's
we'll have-
passion. You have it too.
I think I can honestly say it. The subject doesn't upset me. What I don't like is like when Mr. V is awesome. He comes on, we talk. Okay, we put our points
Mhm.
back and forth. That's it. We let boom. Okay. When I get people that come on and their whole intent is that they're just going to argue, I'm not here for an argument. You want to know how I think this works? There's my view, and you can tell me how you think it works. Who knows? I may change what
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Okay. Okay, Dave.
99% sure, but that 1% keeps me doubting. That keeps the open mind.
Right? Got to.
Dave, I have to say I've seen you get a little, let's say, cranky on here at times.
Oh
see-
yeah, and it's usually one of those fucking argument people.
Yeah.
And that's just the thing. It's like, look, I've already been through that, right? Yeah, there are certain people that just really will kind of irk the fuck out of me, and
they
it's
catch
not
the
because they
quote or
got an
something.
opposing, it's because I think it's more of their attitude,
Yeah, possibly they see a quote or hear a quote or see a clip of you, and then they think to themselves, I know that. And they
I really
Wikipedia
cannot
you.
stand. I really cannot stand somebody that tries to act condescending. And that's where that Nick Volt guy is a problem. Okay,
well, a great DJ can spin, but a
he
skipping record is
acts
nothing.
like oh well, because I paid all this money and went to school and shit, and I have a degree. That what you say is shit and everything I say is right, and it's like no, you better not have that attitude, because first off, that hoitiness is undeserved. All right, so yeah, Nick will piss me off. Nick will piss me off because he acts like a little child.
Well, I like Nick, but he gets very passionate about it too.
Well, I mean, that's fine. You can be passionate about it, but when you find that your point is being contradicted, right? And you keep talking over that person in an attempt to keep them from countering your point.
Well, that's internet protocol.
And that's like, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. I'm going to go
He
ahead.
finally
and I'm gonna
admitted
get my
it
point.
was his point to make. He wanted to get kicked, so he finally admitted that.
I mean, I like Nick too when he's not acting like a child. Okay, that childish shit that he does, like a passive aggressive teenage girl, that's got to go, man. That's got to go.
But he recognizes that in himself. But
to recognize it and to not do anything about it See, that's still not recognizing. Well, that's recognizing it, but not thinking there's anything wrong with it.
Well,
see.
debate is an exchange of ideas, and in the old ways, they saw it like a duel. You stab and you step back, and you defend and you stab. And when you got your 3 points, you sit down, and the next speaker and he makes his 3 points, and they have standing ground or not, and logical or fallacy. And that's how everything was discussed openly. And
Don't they
that's how they
call
formed
that?
their ideas.
Don't they call that cognitive dissonance? I have that because I know I'm eating shit food and I know better, but I
That's a
still do it.
yeah, it's a term from psychology, but it's the same with occupational deformation. If you do something with passion and the system works completely against you, the teachers, policemen, you name it, every occupation suffers this entropy, as they call it in science. And after 2 or 3 years, first you fight to be the best and excel in your occupation or in your specialty. And after a couple of years, you sit back down and ask yourself, for what? And then your 10-year rolls in. And I understand after 10 years in America, you got your job for life and your insurance securities and health securities in a good contract at a good employer or self-employed.
All right,
So,
Dave.
Talk. You come on back anytime, Mr. B. We'll see you next time, brother. You have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Good night.
Not Chiquita. What are you doing tonight, brother?
He did a fusion.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good, man. Good to see you.
You have the 2
Yeah,
earrings
well,
in
thanks
for the fusion
what's that?
dance? Do you have the 2 earrings in for the fusion dance? Or is it not from Dragon Ball Z? Not Chiquita, Gogeta, Goku? No, goes past you. It's manga.
No, it's from a book called Katha Upanishad, and the main character's name is Nachiketa. He's a young boy, and his father was a priest, and he tried to cheat gods by sacrificing old and useless cows. And Nachiketa caught him and told him, "Hey, what are you doing? You should be sacrificing the best cows, not the worst."
Sorry,
So
sir. That's
they
the
had an
elephant
argument.
god? Am I correct? The elephant god or the other one?
Elephant god is Ganesha, but
Sorry,
that
yes.
has nothing to do with the story.
So go ahead, continue with it.
No,
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to. Yeah, so it's good to be here. Thanks for having me on, and it's always good to have these type of conversations as long as people are, civil and are willing to try to see it from another perspective. Obviously, we're going to have the positions that we're going to have. We arrive to our understanding of the flat world and or land plane, and then the Mandela effect is another topic of conversation. But you got to walk people through. That's the thing. I mean, like we all went through the muck the same way. Just some people
Yeah.
did it a little bit faster than the others. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And we just got to try to help each other along. It's not like my reality is the only reality, but look, like you've been lied to, and we're trying to help, right?
Well, it's
Yeah, from all sides, correct. From the eastern, from the west. We need to join up. The I Ching, the Bhagavad Gita, all stories contain so many truthful and great things that are twisted and retold for the temples and the diamonds and the gold that comes for the priesthood. And they may not show it and claim to be poor as Buddhists, but they have to have some money
I'm
to have
not
those
entirely
temples. Sorry.
so I can't here's what I can prove. Okay. I can prove that it's level. I can prove that it's enclosed. And I can prove that it's not a globe. Outside of that,
Some concrete numbers above
outside
zero.
of that, but those are the most obvious things. And this is why I often say this is why globe has to be taught.
Yeah, there are
Okay.
no fractions,
Where
no powers, no
the
forces.
level Earth, you experience it. And this is, you could take somebody, I swear, if you waited till they were about 12 or 13 years old and you then laid this globe bullshit on them, they would look at you like you were crazy. Because none of
Yeah,
their life
and
experiences would reflect any of that.
right, and another way to look at it is that if anyone like NASA made a claim that the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, and you can disprove it, right? And we have disproven it. So that's another, angle to look at. So if one set of information is wrong, then we have to scrutinize every other information as well that they share, right?
Exactly.
So if one thing is off, why is because everything is interdependent, and
Yes.
so if one thing's off, then everything else should be off,
Yep.
like the math doesn't work out, then how is it possible?
Right. That's
So
what
we
I've said.
understand
It's
that
like,
it's
so
not the
somebody
case,
had to
and then
decide. Somebody had to decide a distance to this light we see in the sky
yep,
at some point in
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Now,
yeah,
having
and they
no,
fudged it around. They
yeah.
fudged it over the years too.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but same
you
with
could use
the
a
math they claim that's taken from the Eastern religions, those sand paintings you make with colored sand. Those are also called mandalas,
yeah,
those sand drawings with colored sand, all those spirals and
yeah.
fractals. That's also math. That's where the Greeks stole it from. And they made a religion around it, and multiple religions like the Pythia, the Apollyon, the Pythagorean. There's names of universities like Cambridge, MIT.
That's
It's
it. That's
nothing.
it. That's that stuff that was figured out that by that Pythagoras fella, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem. Every school gets its own piece of knowledge, and now I've said there have been sent 1,000 mails. I've exactly seen what some people are doing, and they take a little piece and they twist it around. And Sovereign until now, and some others still stay straight to the story, and they don't tell everything, but they got every calculation, every book they need, even the 1962 NASA atmospheric height calculations for the space shuttle launch. So
Well,
let them come. It's
Mis-
all in the emails.
Mr. B, what I haven't proven any of those three things that I said. Yes, I have.
No, I've told him he cannot compare in a plane traveling horizontal and measuring things on the ground that are standing still in a vertical. That's the same like the crossword puzzle on Sunday in the New York Times. A vertical word is not the one in the horizontal row. So he can put measurements on different planes, on different variances, but that still makes it a fallacy to completely make it an assurance that you can concrete, make it positive,
Right.
a notation of anything that you measure on the ground under you while you pass over it at 578
So,
kilometers an hour.
So, Mr. B, I can prove that water lays flat and level. Can you prove that it'll stick onto a ball and assume the shape? No? Okay.
Pass to the
There's there
Everglades.
are so many different.
Look in front and look beside you. How fast do those trees go? And then you look in front, they go slow and pass you normally. You look besides, and they go like you, past you like light speed. It's
Right.
perception.
Right. What were you saying, not Chiquita?
No, I'm just saying there are many different ways to go about it. I think what's important for people who are obviously globers or non-flat earthers is for them to just sit with that information a little bit. Just like work the math out. Like just think about the curvature of what they tell you, right? And then
Right.
like look and see like where the horizon should be, and do you or do you not see further than you should be able to see, because like things are going around the curvature. It doesn't matter like if it's like long enough or further enough, it should be around some curvatures. That's one way to look at it. That's like that could be proof for some people, but another people, maybe like I asked them the questions about like gyroscopes. Like, how would a gyroscope work? Like, if it was on an equator and then it has like a complete 24-hour rotation, right? One complete rotation, right? In 360 degrees. And, at noon, you have it up like completely. Okay, what happens at 3 o'clock? Does it turn like 90 degrees? What
Right.
happens,
Well,
like
was it
when
not
it's 6
claimed
o'clock, like would it be completely upside down? Like how does it work? Like would it
when
work
they
like that?
first produced the gyroscope with the 3 rings? Wasn't it claimed to be a perpetual mobile, an infinite moving machine? They stop, got gyros.
Theoretically, if you give it energy, yeah, I mean it should be spinning in the same position
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
throughout
Do you
as long as
remember? Do you
energy is
remember
there.
the?
I'll be right
Do you remember the movie with Jodie Foster, Contact? What did they build? A gyroscope.
Yeah. 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 They did. Yeah. So I mean, if you imagine this gyroscope to be level, compared to the plane in its like perpendicular, relationship to the Earth, then you would have to be constantly 90 degrees around the curvature as you fly over, right? Like 90 degrees, like angle, compared to the ground. But that
Yeah,
would also mean that you would have to have your nose dip down as you fly around the curve, and even more so if you're going faster, if that makes sense.
it should be possible, as they claim, with a laser, because they have laser measurement satellites that measure our sea
Mhm.
height and our land height and our mountain heights. Okay, boys, I believe you. Okay, you got them. Well,
Yeah,
if you take a laser straight down, and if that's 90 degrees straight, okay, but that will not say the airplane is straight level, because it skips through the air layers. That's the 30
yeah,
degrees of the wings that gives it lift and the push backwards. And yeah, higher the weight, the more push you need, because you use explosive engines and turbine engines. How many kilograms does a burner from an air balloon weigh? Those big burners, almost a ton. And then you take the balloon itself and the basket and 4 or 6 people. It's almost 5 ton that goes into the air on what? Hot air in a bag, a balloon. It's not implosion, it's not explosion, it's not destructive. So it works easy. You float up easy. You do the hard thing, you destroy, you go down.
Yeah, I'll be right there. Stupid coffee machine takes way too long. Takes way too long. All right. So, what did you just say, about that?
Well, now I lost my train of thought.
Didn't have no riders on it. That's why. Need lots of helium. Somebody trying to get
Well,
up to space.
to grab back just before you left his remark on Globers, maybe we should throw the glove down first and slay that dragon. Let's call each other them, us, and anybody that wants to discuss on a normal level and appreciate each other's ideas. Let's call each other knowledge seekers, seekers of knowledge,
yeah.
instead of giving
So
each other names and flat earther and noob. And knowledge,
yeah,
take
Blurf.
one term, and yeah,
Blurs.
I mean, yeah,
but
it's
we're
whatever. I mean,
blurfs
it's like
too. Then
Well,
only blurfs
see,
can
this
talk to
is the whole
blurfs.
thing. What you see mostly, okay, and you can go into any fucking flat Earth group on Facebook, Twitter, and the nastiest motherfuckers are the globe people. They don't just disagree; they're bent out of fucking shape about it, and that's what I find really remarkable.
Oh, the information industry has boomed since 2015. Do you know how many commercial businesses there are also paid by Bezos, and you name them, that are specifically hiring people to do that shit
Yeah, I
24
know.
hours a day, like the old call centers,
Yep.
8-hour shifts, and the only thing they do is troll, troll, troll.
Yep.
They have a word with hit lists every day, and they are paid to react to every hit on
Dude,
Google
I
or
know.
news.
Listen, I've tested it out, and I had a bunch of them. I busted them open because they
Yeah,
were
the
getting
problem
really
is
pissed.
there are
Listen, they were getting really pissed at me because I had it worked out. I knew what shifts they were working. And
Yep.
I'll be talking to one, and I say, "Well, it's about time for you to be getting off, and so should be clocking in here pretty quick, huh?" And they're like, you could tell they were flipping the fuck out because I had their whole
I call
schedule
that the
worked out.
Chinese phone game. I try to put them on each other. I try to give one that incentive to make a statement that infuriates the other, and then I put them on each other, and I call that a Chinese phone call. And then you go see at those comments, and sometimes they get it within 50 minutes because they're on the same IPs. And sometimes it goes on for days. They keep attacking each other, and others join, and it's only bots that are fighting each other. Then it's
That's
like
pretty
the
cool.
Chinese whisper game, and only with bots.
Not Chiquita. I don't know if you saw. I did a show one night where I was showing. I had gone into my Facebook blocked list. Now, the
Mhm.
only people I had in there that was blocked were these
Fact
trolls
checker.
that, and I would only block them when they became obnoxious and insulting, right? So I went back and went to see what my block list looked like. They had all reverted to their program name, man.
Yeah, fact
Like
checker.
it was called
ABC.
true. One was a whole bunch of them called something bot, fact check this, fact check,
ADT bot.
fact check Charlie, fact check. There was a whole
Yeah.
bunch of them, and it was like 3 pages of bots. There was only like 3 actual humans in the whole list that I had blocked in there.
When ADT went down on the stock exchange, they had an ADT bot to stop all the negative articles and
Yeah.
videos.
Yeah.
It's all planned. It's
No,
all commercialism.
we can't take that off the table. I mean, like, there could be artificial intelligence, and they can't hire a bunch of like hundreds of thousands of people to do it. Just program them and go to these keyword sites or places, and then spam them with your nonsense and tell them how stupid they are and stuff like this, and if it's affecting you,
No.
then I think it's probably the internet is not a good place to be. We got to have a good balance of, like, we're going to meet all sorts of people here, and people are going to, say all kinds of things, that you agree or don't agree. But the way in which we conduct ourselves, this is important. We can disagree on many topics, right? But like how we choose to communicate with one another, even if we disagree, I think that's important. And people forget about that a little bit.
Yes, and even if you got a big nose, or like me, I'm missing 2 front teeth at the moment because I had an accident a couple of weeks back. So I sliss, and yeah, I have a speech impediment. Some say now,
Well, I
and
don't. I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
why not? If someone wants to make fun of it, let them. I make fun of myself each day. I'm the biggest asshole that
Yeah.
walks around.
See,
If
that's
you can,
It's
what
what you
you
say,
were-
though. That's important. I want to know the content of your, talk. I want to know what it is that you're talking about, right?
yeah, be direct and don't bring in calculations and formulas and alchemy and wizardry and expensive words and long sentences with adaptations and hyphens and commas, and that are 1 page long for one complete sentence, and they state nothing since the first word till the last word.
They're just explanations. This is what these people have learned. Just the same, like, when I was a globe earther, as an example, like, I had memorized all these physics book stuff or NASA facts, and it's like, no, this is common information. Everybody knows this. What are you talking about?
And is that
Like,
not a
so
perfect bottom for the whole system to explore yourself? Because there are some, yeah, illiteracies and fallacies in math, but
sure.
in the other way, it's a beautiful way to construct and envision new ways to improve or
Well, yeah.
evolve on an idea. Since
Academic language is its own thing, and it is bullshit for sure. There's a lot to be said for that statement right there.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Kabbalah,
yeah,
the Babala.
absolutely.
Every occupation has its own occupational language and words. And ask a carpenter what a hammer is, and he shows you a hammer. But
Yeah. Did you
ask him for a nail, he give you 5 nails, 6 nails, and you say, what? Yeah, that's a 6 thumb, that's an 8 thumb.
did you catch the one where Ryan was looking up the carbon-14 dating? Not Chiquita.
No.
Oh my god. You get into this thing and it says it's these everything you find out about it is that they assume that there's a such thing as carbon-14.
3
They
pages
just
long.
Right.
they assumed it.
Yeah.
And then they said, in the thing they said, we know that this calculation is wrong, but we have to use it or our math or our formula doesn't work. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck, man? You
Yeah,
just
it's a-
told everybody this is as useless as tits on a hog, on a boar
It's a
hog.
total reprisal of the whole statement. That's a tautology and a pleonasm. It's all
Well, I mean,
grammar.
that's the thing. Like, if you're trying to create a narrative and you're trying to fit everything around to fit that narrative, then that's not where the evidence leading you. You're creating things, and making things happen. So a lot of the stuff that we've been taught in terms of archaeology, history, how science actually works, who we are, we've been lied to, and it didn't happen by accident. That's the thing. That they're all interrelated, and they need to lie to you about everything. That's when that first door starts to open for some people, is that, man, if they can lie to us about the shape of the earth, and I'm an adult and I'm an intelligent
Yes.
person and I should be able to figure this 8th grade math stuff out. It's really like not even high math, it's just like really like curvature of things, like we've done
Correct,
it
sir.
in school.
Yes.
And if that's
Basic
not making
calculation.
sense to us,
Sorry.
go
Sorry.
ahead.
It's basic calculations on an abacus. You know those beads on a line?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Green, yellow, blue. That went up to 100. That's how you learn to count.
We learned
How they
how
count
to
for
use those
thousands
in
of
school.
years.
We learned how to use those in school. I remember.
Yeah, an abacus.
So Mr. B says, so the live video from the space station is fake. Explain why they would even bother.
Because 2
Yeah,
times
that's a
they
good
showed the
question.
model and the
Six-
cameraman.
$62 million a day.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
that's just one part of the iceberg. I mean, there's so many
Oh my.
different ways you can do it. So that's one of the questions that a lot of people ask. Like, why would they do it? Why would anybody do it? Like, it's so crazy, and like spending money to lie about this, right? So wouldn't it be easier just to tell the truth? And this is very valid. I think we have to address it, like, because it's a serious question. So why would they do it? Now, money is always a big motivator for a lot of agencies and people, but the people who actually own the place, they can print as much money as they want. They own the printing presses,
In this
right? So
banking system, yes.
money isn't really there.
Oh
Like,
no, it's
main.
definitely more about the control aspect of it. To keep
Yeah,
you
it's
keep
about
this fraud
perception.
alive.
It's about giving you a perception. So
Mhm.
all the lies about everything is to gaslight you to have a certain perception of reality. Okay.
Mhm.
So this is
Yeah,
how it's working. And if you are, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. The overexcited ego and overexcited wanting and needing of stuff you don't need. Since man invented the wheel and the cart and overproduced, had too much, then he became a hoarder. And Rich people, they hoard their money, they hoard their power, they conglomerate all in a villa and go live far, far away because they are scared as little pussies that one day we are gonna run into those gates and pull them out of those houses. Same with Epstein. Guess whose island is next to it? Mr. Virgin. 12 kilometers further on. So where it's that? 4 miles ahead.
So,
And he's coming
as
back
you were
also,
saying,
Mr. Virgin.
Chiquita, as you were saying,
No, I mean I'm in agreement with all that. I think more or less we are all in agreement of all the stupidity that's happening in this world, and it's not being done by accident. There are people who have very clear intentions as to why they're lying about all these
Mm.
things, and flat Earth is like one of those gates. Once people start to wake up to it, they start to realize, oh my gosh, I've been lied to, and it's a big paradigm shift for a lot of people, like it was for me and most everybody else. And once you know that truth, like you're never going back. You're never
yeah,
going
it's
back
a
to that other
it's a
reality
huge
ever.
deception. Yeah,
Yes,
because
it's
so much else falls apart as a result of that.
Yep.
You know,
it can be
Yeah.
very
So
hard. It can be very hard. You're correct completely, Sir Nachikita. It's how you interpret it to yourself, and how do you take it? Do you
Where do you
take
go?
the easy
yeah.
road because
So
you
Here's
know the
myself.
system is safe and you got your money and your job and your house and your car? Or do you say, okay, I'm gonna build my own, if I keep my house, I'm gonna take out all the tiles in the yard, and I'm gonna plant my own food. I'm gonna stop the factories so we get clean drinking water. And then what do you need more? We go live
well,
around
yeah.
the 33rd degree, the grain belt. We can all live there and have at least 10 hectares of ground for ourselves per family.
Yep. It's just that there are many other things that goes with it. On the planet, you have to believe in the Big Bang, and things are kind of like happen by chance. So all these are kind of interrelated. And if you have billions and billions of like galaxies and other planets, obviously the potentiality of another life form there, as I used to believe it, was plausible. I mean, like, how could you believe out of all these, billions and billions of places that you're the only life, that has evolved, right? So it also brings in this another factor of like aliens and UFOs and such, as we are hearing more and more. So that's going to be a part of that deception as well, that people should be aware of, right?
That's correct. It's the same with the older stories from, again, the Asian part of the world. They go back before 4000 BC. The Bhagavad Gita go 10,000 or 30,000 years back. And in India, there are stories also from 40,000 years ago. They have those traditional stories, and they tell a whole other story. Only science, that has spread from England all over the world, is master and denies it all. But it's got so many beautiful things in it that even the West could learn from. And you can be rich.
No doubt, right? So, Mr. B, you want somebody to go
Oh, the Challenger.
to get one of these people
I advise you to visit
that's
David
pretending to be dead from the Challenger and get them to come up on panel. I
Yeah.
really
They
have
won't.
to.
They still work for NASA as their twin.
I really have
Yeah.
to wonder. No, man. Listen, you got to see. Go watch Level with me. I'm not shitting
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you can
Well, I
visit
mean, like,
David
this
Wise.
is not new information. A lot of people in the flat Earth community have known about the Challenger, disaster, and 6 out of the
Since day
7.
one. Yeah.
I think this, and one guy, kept his original name, the guy, and I think in Wisconsin. But like, everybody, coincidentally has a twin a sister or brother, or they changed their name and they never met this other person before, blah blah blah. I mean, it's so ridiculous, you know.
Yeah, and
And
as a
I think the
father of
seventh guy was probably was used as an example to keep everybody else in line, though, too. You know, make sure if you got, you know, get off the pasture, this is what's going to happen, right?
You know, I
So
think
yeah, correct.
wasn't
And as
it
a
just about
father
all
of
of them?
twins, I
Just about
know
all of
that
them.
it's statistically 1 in 100,000 can be twins. Okay, so that makes the calculation even tougher.
And
yeah,
it would,
so it's 100,000 times like what, like one out of 100,000 times six.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
they
big
all
number.
became scientists. Most of the time, when one of the twin becomes scientific, the other one goes artistic with the R from arts.
that's
With
what I
an
thought
R.
they were saying when I was a kid, man. They would be talking about autistic kids. And I thought in my head, I was like, well, what's wrong with being artistic, man? You know, just
Well,
give
I
them
was
some
one of the
fucking,
first
give
in
them some
the.
crayons and paper and shit and let them go to town, right?
I was one of the first that got
Yeah.
Ritalin. Was called Ritalin with an I instead of the E. Ritalin, and it was in 1986. And I was the first in my country that had video home training from social services because, yeah, I kicked everybody into the hospital at school
This was
after
like,
being bullied
I
5 years.
remember that this was a device right there. And I still remember I was first grade, maybe first grade or kindergarten. But I can remember that fucking thing threw me off of it. And then I equated that to this spinning earth. We had this globe in the class, and you spin that around. They said, oh, yeah, it's spinning around. How come it doesn't throw us off? And they said, well, it's because of gravity. I said, well, what's gravity, right?
It has no
They said,
mass.
that's because it's spinning around and it's causing you to stick to it. And that was their explanation. And I was like, that makes absolutely zero sense to me. I mean, I just went, ass over apple cart off of that fucking thing outside that was spinning around. And come on now.
Well, it's an inside centrifugal
man.
force or an outside centrifugal force. It's the vector of the spin. Same with the
And
Coriolis effect.
centrifugal
It's
and
an inside of an outside.
You have centrifugal and centripetal.
Yeah. It's two spirals inside towards the magnet and outside. Positive, negative, what you
So
discussed yesterday.
Cool story.
yeah, and we know these people are lying, and we know it's all like
No,
fabrication.
they're convinced. They're convinced of their
CGI.
own truth, and that's not their fault. They have been misled. So we have to be lenient
course.
towards them.
Yes.
And
And I think what's important is we like when people like to skim over things or skip over things that they don't necessarily agree with, because once you acknowledge it, then you have to actually start to look at the implications thereof of it. Like so like, just I like to keep it simple. Is there or is there not curvature? And how would you come to know? That's a very simple thing, and we can prove that, right? Based on their math. You should have 8 inches per mile squared in droppage. For every mile is 8 inches square. So
yeah,
it's
but
like 2
well,
miles, it's that's squared into 4, then that multiplied by 8, then you get 32 at 2 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
And then at 3 miles, you square that's 9, right? And then you multiply that by 8, so that will be 72. That's 6 feet tall. So a 6 foot tall person can see out to the horizon of 3 miles. That's just mathematics, right? In a 25,000 mile circumference Earth.
yeah.
So if
And
you
it's
are
the
able
same.
to see beyond 3 miles, then you have a problem.
Right.
Yeah, first they call it a reflection in the water, then it's a refraction into the air. Then
Refraction.
then they call it a mirage. Then they call it a heat glimmering of the city. So we got 5 different terms already. And if they ever would have been to any desert, you can see some cities 100 miles away, and they call that a
Oh
fog.
shit.
It's in the air. And that's also
Yeah, bullshit.
heat dissipation, what you normally see on a hot road, that happens in a desert. And if you've been there, you can see a city 100 miles away. You can't see it
Yeah.
soon, but it's in the air and it's like a photograph. And that's the Fata Morgana, directly up in the space.
Well, the holy trinity of the ball earthers is refraction, gravity, and parallax. Those
Yeah,
are
but
that's the holy trinity, man. And it's
Yeah,
like,
but like none of them can stand up to anything at
no.
all. I mean, like parallax, there should be massive parallax. Like even in, in 6 months you have moved to the other side of the sun. 93
yes.
million miles is the distance, and plus you add another 93 million miles. So
And
that's
with a spheric
186
ball,
million miles that you are apart from one position to another. Not to mention the other movements that we're talking about here. We're
yes,
not
and their
talking about
own
even
calculation
the
states,
solar system.
their own calculation state the Earth turns on its axis in a steady 24 hours. So if you are at 12 o'clock noon, high summertime, sun straight above you, and you go straight on the circle of the ellipse around the sun, they state the sphere does. On the other side, if the Earth correctly turns around every 24 hours steadily on course, then you would be in total darkness at 12 o'clock noon on the other
Yes.
side. Wouldn't you not? It's a simple
Yes.
tennis ball.
Yep.
It's light
100%. I mean, that's
observance.
another thing.
Yeah.
And then what about the night sky though too? They should be completely different because like, in January compared to June, your night is on the left hand side, and then in June you'll be on the right hand side. So,
right.
that in
Yeah,
itself. So
I
there's
have it
so
on
many
my
different
Twitter.
proofs.
I have it on my Twitter. Sovereign talked about this by accident yesterday also. It's about the months: September, October. Sept is 7, October is 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that goes back to a Roman legion, the 14th secret legion, the 13th Caesar's legion that defeated the Roman Senate and his legions. Look it all up. It's all in the history. There are hidden helpers for mankind since the beginning of time, and they don't see us, they don't know us. And it's always a small group, and a small fire can go over the whole earth.
Yeah.
And that's what they meant in all sorts of scriptures. They do not see, they are blind. They do not hear, for they are deaf.
Yeah. We've
How many
added
men are
Julius
shouting?
and Augustus into the calendar,
Right.
right?
They took 3 days extra because the 28 lunar cycle days from the
Those
Monaten.
Those months
And-
were called Quintilis and Sextilis prior to those.
Yes, Romulus and Remus. Also Quetzal and Coatl, the two ball players of the Aztecs.
And don't forget
The
Abbott and
serpent
Costello.
god, Quetzalcoatl.
That's a conglomeration because Northern America was called Americas in the old language, and that means feathered serpent. And that came from the eagle feathers the Indian elder wear on their headdresses.
Huh. Interesting.
It's know your cultures, and yeah, I have the luck that my family has many lines from Navajo to you name them, and back to Chinese, and all those bits and pieces were given on and passed on as tradition has to pass.
Yeah, here you go. This is something I'm always saying this. So they sent that little that talking to the earth, 250,000 miles away, with that little umbrella that they got on there. Right. And this is what they got to use for short distances here on Earth. You know,
Sure, that's the undercarriage
technology
for a
was
Fort
so good back
Fort
then.
Huey
I
from
mean,
43 Fort Huey without the top. It's an American Jeep.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the Second
No.
World War. Nothing
But
more.
see, the point of it is this. Look, this is what they were using. This little bullshit thing is what they were transmitting and receiving a signal to Earth with. But this right here is what they, you have to use this on Earth for just short distances.
And that's
Not
why I call
nearly.
B on the radio signal, because you need a big signal, a big megahertz tower to do even a FM station in a city. So
I've been to a hallway like this. I'm trying to remember. It was at a casino.
there's a Schiphol in Amsterdam.
It was at a casino out west, and I'm trying to remember if that was.
Oh,
I don't remember. I remember my friend was getting pissed off at me because I took a 20 and I put it in the slot machine.
isn't
And I
that the
did-
movie I posted last week from the casino? You turn to the other hallway and you think it's another 3D print?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's-
my friend was getting mad at me because I kept winning. This dude actually was getting mad at me because I kept winning at the slot machine. He kept losing. I mean, it was like every time I pulled every time I hit the button, boom, I won money. I won
Oh,
money.
you were a snooper then?
Was I
A
what?
lurker? That's what
No,
they call it,
man,
a
I
lurker. Watching
just-
till the machine.
Shit like that happens to me. I don't know. I had a good time. I paid for my room and everything with and my dinner that night with just what I won off the fucking slot machine. I just kept winning.
Yeah, if you take it like a game and less serious, and the others go in because they need to win money, and you went in to have fun. So lucky are those who have fun.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It was
Oh, I
fun.
did not see that coming.
Let's see. This one. This is kind of funny. Found this book at the bookstore on the moon landing. Funny, you can see the ceiling of the stage they recorded it on.
Oh, the Blackbird. Hmm.
That's interesting. But yeah, that whole thing. Who was it? Just did one really good.
Oh, after Mark
Knocking that
Sargent's his
shit
movie,
out
there
of
was
the park.
one
They
by all
knocked
those
that.
photo experts. They did an analysis in 1987 or so after Mark Sargent. On
Well, look, there's no way they could have even operated those fucking cameras. The radiation alone would have destroyed the film. I mean, that's all there is to it. It would have exposed the film. There's
They had to. Their spaceship should have been made out of 6 inches of lead, maybe more, maybe feet of lead in order to survive all that.
if
And
maybe
and
one of the
poor
list.
guy who was stranded on the moon filming the takeoff of the shuttle. You see the shuttle going up, and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
guy is there, have
Their
to
excuse-
hand with the shuttle.
Their excuse was that they remote control operated that camera, which I guess is still up there. So
Yeah,
you mean
I
to
guess
tell me
so.
with
On the moon, yeah.
a signal delay from 250,000 miles, you're able to actually time that just perfect with the fucking lander taking
But-
off? Get out of here with that.
Have you-
Well, for the
have you
radio
guys
signal,
seen-
I dare anyone in a sub, any marine, to tell us how a sub communicates with radio signals now in 2023. Do you still go up under 3 feet under the waterline and release a buoy on the waterline to receive a signal? Because radio signals cannot penetrate 1 feet of water like bullets. If you get bigger guns, it less penetrates the water. Those two, Jamie and Adam, what's it called from Discovery
Oh,
the channel?
Mythbusters.
They showed it with the big caliber and the 9mm in the swimming pool. But below 2 feet of water, no bullet will hit you. It's true what Rambo did. Know your tactics.
Well, and it's also just knowing a little bit about physics as well, too.
Water is the perfect protector even against radiation. It's better than lead. 1 feet of water would protect you against most radiation.
Have you guys seen this video that's actually done by Jay Widener. He used to work with this guy named Cliff High, and anyways, he made a video about how he believes Stanley Kubrick was coming out and was talking about his it was his confession movie, The Shining. You
There
guys
was a
have seen the movie
storyline,
Shining,
yes.
right?
He should have he talked
So
to his daughter, was claimed in England, and he went to Ireland to the house of the daughter, was claimed,
You
but he
see
never
that?
produced any papers and he never produced any film. Sorry.
Hey, not Chiquita. You
yeah,
see that?
room
237.
237. Nice.
Yeah, the Overlook.
Red
That looks like the exact key
Red
from that
Rum.
hotel, dude. Too. It looks no,
All
but
work
actually they
and
were
no play
square. If
makes Jack a
they were
dull
like square
boy.
shaped. But like the whole idea of that movie, so like and why Jay is talking about this is because it's originally a Stephen King's novel, right? And it was talking about not the twins that's haunting this hotel. It was actually sisters. So he made changes. So like Gemini
Hmm.
is
Right.
introduced as an ideal with twins, right? And
And
also,
what a lot,
Danny, what's that?
sorry, but a lot of people have missed in the old version of The Shining, the 3 hour flick with Jack Nicholson in it. All work, no play makes Jack a dull boy. Here's Johnny.
Right,
That one.
right.
It's
Yeah,
the older cook, the dark skinned guy. I'll call it that way.
yeah,
I would like to
yeah.
say the other word, but I do not want to upset anyone because. But he tells to
Well,
Jack, the young boy, also a tiny Jack. It's also a split of the mind of the writer, splitting himself in the young boy and in the female part he has inside of him, the caring part for the book and for his life and for everything he's
okay.
experienced. And that's the
Cool.
maze also because that hotel, Overlook Hotel, does not have that maze that was constructed on a
Yeah,
maquette.
yeah,
It
yeah.
was,
Yeah.
yeah, like
So
Star Wars,
anyway,
tiny things.
he was pointing out the similarities of him actually
Yeah,
telling.
but The Shining is spoken out shinning. It's Irish. Shinning.
Cool. So
You
anyway,
shine from
the
inside.
similarities you were talking about, not Chiquita. Go ahead.
No, I mean, and I think that's probably accurate. I'm not entirely sure about that. I have a little bit of a different perspective according to what again Jay Weiner was saying, and what it comes
Hmm.
down to is like the maybe like in his perspective, he believes that the black gentleman was his good friend in real life, Stanley Kubrick's like a best friend,
Mhm.
whom he shared a lot of these secrets with, about faking of the moon landing and other like secret assignments that he was given, and because of that, his friend was assassinated or was killed off, maybe died in an accident, but it was to keep Stanley Kubrick in line that
Yeah.
this could happen to like anybody in his family as well, and so that played a very heavy burden on himself. So he needed to come out and confess that. So like Danny is the innocent version of Stanley Kubrick, and Jack,
Yes.
he was like
Yeah.
the more business orientated, the one who made the deals, but they were actually one and the same being. And the Danny is the one who called this black guy to come, and that's when the Jack, his like adult version of himself, ended
Hmm.
up killing him. So he takes responsibility for that. That's like what that movie
Yeah.
was about, partially, but also there are other things that are encoded, like for example, all work and no play makes Jack a very dull boy, right? So that
That's why I said
but
it.
A11 is the what is written. It's not ALL, is A11 that is written, and that's Apollo 11 mission
Yeah, correct. And the
Oh
there.
three wheel,
wow. Okay.
the scene with the
Okay.
3 wheeler where he's biking down the hallway towards the room with the bathtub
Yep,
where he finds the dead
yep,
ghost.
yep. Room
That's where,
237. Why is it
yeah, that's where they
237?
changed the number. But what has
Yep.
Jack on his knitted sweater? It's
Yep.
the Apollo
Yeah, he had a
rocket.
rocket. He
Yep.
had he had a rocket,
Mhm.
And there's
Apollo
so
rocket, and then
many, yeah, subtle changes, and he was a master in it.
Jack Nicholson,
And
yeah, no, Stanley Kubrick was a genius, and he knew how, like, he was very detail orientated in all of his movies. There are a lot of details, like in the background, like nothing is out of place. Everything is put there for a very deliberate purpose.
Okay,
know,
I hear
and
you're a fan,
even
so I can tell you this: Clockwork Orange. You know all his movies. How does the devil work? Backwards. Take Stanley's stories, Eyes Wide Shut, all the
Mhm,
movies.
mhm,
Take the story backwards. Then you get a
yeah,
lot more clues. You have to
okay,
watch them in
yeah. I mean,
reverse order.
Have you
how they
seen
do operate.
have you seen
Yes, correct.
Wag
He
the
was
dog?
introduced.
Nakachita, have you seen Wag the dog?
Yeah, yeah, I have a
Okay,
long time
the
ago with
the Dustin Hoffman character,
Dustin Hoffman.
I
Yeah,
relate him to Kubrick, but they end up
yeah, for
taking him
sure.
for a ride in a limo, never to come back,
Yep, 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 yeah,
because they knew he couldn't keep his
and
mouth
those.
shut.
Yeah.
That could also been an option that he's been replaced by someone that looks a lot like him and yeah, had some experience behind the camera and directing.
Well, I've seen a picture of him, Kubrick, Jack Parsons, Walt Disney, and
Hmm.
fucking Werner von Braun all walking together.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
at the
Werner von
Bristol
Braun.
English movie studios, or was that
So that's kind of
Scott?
interesting. But I mean, if this day, if people are still want to believe that crazy nonsense, I mean, there's so much about the physics of that whole space thing, like those suits that they
Yeah,
were in. Every amount of air that was in those suits would be struggling like a son of a bitch to get the fuck out and equalize with the surrounding vacuum. They would have looked like the Michelin Man. They would have looked
yeah.
like a Stay Puft Marshmallow. Not to mention that
Yeah,
tin can they were in. Are you shitting me? That thing would have just fucking exploded.
not
There's no
only that,
way.
their air systems and
Well, yeah.
air conditioning systems for the suit, on the moon. I want that battery pack for my car. It never dies. It lives forever.
The
The
first
space shuttle
vacuum,
was like made out of like paper mache and like curtain rods. Like it's an eighth grade like science project. You know,
the first time they ever they tried a NASA spacesuit in a um, vacuum chamber was?
chamber. Yeah,
It was in August of 1969. Right
yeah,
after that, that's when the Van Allen or the Glen Allen research lab vacuum chamber in Sandusky, Ohio opened. That was in August of 1969 is when that opened. So
yeah.
that was they were able to use that to test out a NASA spacesuit. So the problem with that
Man,
is it failed. Okay. And the
yeah,
biggest problem
yeah.
with it is that was August of 1969. The
Mm.
moon landing was in July of 1969.
Whoops. That's
Whoops.
there's a problem. I mean, maybe that one that was tested afterwards was the defective one, but I mean, what a way to find out. And if I was that guy, man, imagine being in like multiple layers
he
of
said
like these like chambers.
he said before he blacked out, he remembered tasting steak,
Yeah,
and that was because
yeah,
his
that's
tongue was cooking.
And they
yeah.
only took out normal air's 1 atmosphere at the ground level, and they only took out 0.3% of atmosphere before he fainted.
Mhm.
So that's nothing.
Yeah,
That's a hickey from a vacuum
yeah.
cleaner.
So that that's I mean, let's face it. When I was a kid and they did the NASA moon landing, the Apollo landing, I remember I watched it
Hmm.
and I was excited as shit about it. I thought that was the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And they told
A lot of
us,
people
"Oh
are
yeah,
attached to it.
hell, by the time you're an adult, commercial travel back and forth to the moon will be every day."
Oh yeah,
Shit.
complete basis.
And we still got you still can't get these fucking things up any place at all. They just keep.
No.
I mean, how long do you think they're going to be able to hold the lie off? I mean, it's still.
I gotta do this. Sorry, bitty bitty bitty. Hello, Buck.
Yeah.
Buck Rogers to the 21st century.
Yeah, that thing was always hanging around with Wilma. I think he was like some kind of an
Yeah.
intergalactic dildo. That little robot.
Little droid and the professor on his chest, the smiley,
Mhm.
the face.
Yeah, that was futuristic. But we were, had these
As
grand
long as they
ideas.
can,
What is it?
that
Yeah,
as
but
long
see,
as they
that's what I'm
can, like
saying. I
you
mean,
said,
how
like
long till people catch on? I mean, you can only
that's
keep.
not up to us. We can't do much. People are gonna do what they're gonna do, and if people like, you can scream at them, you can do whatever you want, but if they don't want to listen to you, they're not gonna listen to you. At the end of the day, we're gonna have to make some decisions, hard decisions about what kind of people we're gonna be surrounding ourselves with. And if people don't want to see the truth, I'm not here to argue with people anymore. I really
Yeah,
am not. I'm
I'm
not.
with you on that
Perfectly.
one.
That brings me back to
You
what I
know,
forgot before on my thinking train. People need to accept that there can be no man better than another man. Leave each other be and trespass. Okay,
well,
steal my shit or
free
destroy
men
my
are not
stuff.
equal, and equal men are not free. Okay,
Well, they have to
free
accept
men are not
they are
equal,
different.
and
They are all
equal
different.
men are not free.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Here's
Yes,
I
yes.
see where you're kind of going with that though. Is and I kind of get it. We can just take a look at recent event. You had this guy who hangs around with child sex traffickers and necrophiliacs and shit, just
Mhm.
became the king of England.
Yep.
Right.
Oh my God.
And there was all these people lined up on the street with little flags, all happy as shit, doing all this craziness. And oh my God, look
Yep.
at this big ceremony
and
and all this shit. And then meanwhile, they're being told they're not even allowed to fucking heat their own homes. I mean,
Yeah.
really? You people are amazing to me.
and what
Here in the
what's
United
the
States,
worst?
we had an obviously fraudulent election. Okay. Not that
Yeah.
it
Not the
really
first
fucking
time.
matters, but it was obviously fraudulent, in my opinion. I mean, I saw multiple incidents of dishonest ballot practices, shall I say. And the idea of these machines and that they're hooked up to the internet, all this other shit that was shown, right? The courts just said, fuck you, we're not going to look at it, right? Nobody has fixed the machines. They're getting ready to go
Yeah.
into a new season of everybody going to the suggestion box of slaves. And they're going to go to the same corrupt system to try to change the system. Which is just amazing to me. It would be like if you went into a casino that was
They give
obviously
you choices,
rigged.
but every choice is their choice, and
Well, I
it's
mean,
controlled.
imagine you lose all your money in a casino that is obviously rigged, okay? And you see that it's rigged and that they cheat.
You
So
cannot talk about that, sir.
So your next step is to go to the ATM and draw out a bunch of money so you can go back to the same corrupt casino to try to win your money back. Do you see the ridiculousness involved there?
Sure, but people need to go through it again and again and again, and they need to get their asses whooped by it. And hopefully, you get to a point where you actually can have the opportunity to wake up, because I think that door is fast closing, where once you kind of get locked in, you're going to get locked in. And that's why, we are so passionate about this, because we see the writing on the wall. We see all the other stuff that's happening, and we see the massiveness of this structure as well.
Well,
I
I
was
will not
kind of
speak on
I was
certain
kind of
casinos,
hoping.
but is a casino not a commercial enterprise to gain profit? So, who are they gonna pluck? Which chicken are they gonna take the feathers off?
So the what? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
The
God damn
glass
it.
ceiling. Homer Simpson, no, in the baseball stadium.
So that's yeah, we will break through that glass ceiling. No, they won't. They keep trying, but I mean, I figured this at least that this would be a slap enough in the face. Okay, let's step back and look. We are the laughing stock of the world right now.
Yeah. So what?
We have a literal fucking comedy act running our nation right now. From the president through the Congress, it's just a fucking clown show mixed with Jerry Springer. It's
Yeah,
in,
and a comedy.
and the rest of the world is looking at us.
It,
I mean, the president gets lost stepping away from a fucking
Yeah.
podium.
Uncle Joe. Yeah.
Yeah.
But a commedia in Greek is a tragedy, not a comedy.
yeah.
There are humoristic elements in it, but it is a tragedy.
It is.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
again,
But
the
like
twist of
you
the
know,
word. Sorry.
Go ahead, Chiquita.
no, I mean like at the end of the day, like how much, you know, trust can you really put into any politics, whether it's coming from the left or the right or the center? If it's out there and, you know, mainstream media is owned by the same people, same, you know, Google search engine, you know, same Amazon group. These people, these organizations are all owned by the same people. It all comes down to BlackRock and Vanguard. They
Yep.
own everything.
Every
They own
bit.
everything. They just have different
On the
faces, and you
surface,
think they're
yes.
competing companies, but
On the
they're not.
surface, that's correct. Do you remember the BBC 3 or 4 months back? They reported on this guy that pinned a bank transaction of 4 times the GDP of the whole US, 500 billion quadrillion in one go, in one bank transfer. He was an Indonesian guy. I have his passport, but I won't share it. Of his ID card.
I have no idea. I don't even know
Okay, it was on the
what you're talking
BBC. It
about.
was in the news. It was on BBC One, too. It was reported on CNN, everywhere, because this guy was the richest guy, and he was even 100 times richer than Bill Gates and Al Gore, and
Okay.
named them George Soros combined. And he did one bank transfer of 3 main Western countries' total GDP of the last 4 years. So he has a big bank account,
Okay.
and those people exist,
Yeah.
and they are
I
not
don't
in the
doubt it. I
front.
mean, like
And
billions of dollars is like chump change in terms of like global economy. If you really think about it, I mean, we have quadrillions of dollars, quadrillions, like 1,000 times a trillion worth of dollars in derivatives and all the other type stuff. And you know, we talk about $30 trillion plus dollars that US is in debt, but that's official only. We don't know the real, you know, debt numbers. You know, they don't share anything with us, right?
correct.
So this is just number games that they play all the time.
And to
You
step
know,
into the modern day, they still
I
go on
didn't
about
say
slavery and all those different subjects, the color of your skin, your education,
it,
where you
it's
live.
modern slavery.
I didn't
But
say you
take
was
more
gay,
effective.
Mr. B. I did not
take
say you was
150
gay.
years back. What did they trade then? Gold
Fag.
and silver coins, okay, and the dollar, okay. Then we go on to 50 years back again. Then we're in the year 1750. We traded tulip bowls, flowers. They
Yeah,
were worth
yeah. The
100
Netherlands,
pieces of
the tulip
gold.
mania thing.
Yeah. And before that, shells and sand, what we could take from distant places that was unique at our home, we
Yeah,
sold or brought back. And that was trading and merchanting and traveling, and that was the world.
yeah, yeah.
And
So I
people
mean,
get scared, so they
you know,
need protection, they think, but you don't. You can protect yourself, and with a certain group around you, you are safe enough.
yeah. It's just a matter of like coming into some understanding of like, you know, what the actual reality is and trying to, you know, come to some conclusions with each other about that and sharing that truth with other people. So like, you know, standing in our own light and understanding of like what we see and actually, you know, sharing that truth with other people, we empower ourselves and others. And I think this is what our conversations are should be about, you know. And I'm not really interested, like when I said before, like I'm not interested in having debates with people. Like I don't mind having a conversation with anybody. That's not a problem. But when
Right.
people are already coming from a presupposition, right? They are
Right.
already coming from the position that they are correct and you are incorrect. And then anything that's coming out of my mouth will always be incorrect because it goes against their beliefs. And we need to get away from that a little bit. And I'm not having any kind of conversations with such people because, you know, it's not that I'm trying to force my cosmology down anybody's throat. I'm just
Right.
asking you to consider it, take a look at it, ask these questions that I was asking when I first was waking up to the flat Earth cosmology. Why
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
hell is there's no parallax? Why is there, you know, like no curvature? You know,
Right.
why we can see further than we can? Why is the, you know, the time lapse video of the stars circling around perfectly circle? Why isn't there more like, you know, jiggly lines and, you know, wavy lines if we're like flying around the space, you know, in 4 different motions?
Completely
Like you would
correct,
think
sir.
over like 4 to 8 hour period, it would be like all jumbly, you know, up there.
Yes, those are difficult questions, and there are answers to them, and they need to be discussed. Only, as I call them, the Inquisition, because they look like the old missionaries that were sent out into the
And
world from Rome, and those Bible thumpers. It's this way, another way, you die.
yeah,
Yeah,
and people talk
Corona
about
showed
Corey
us
Ellis
that
effect.
that's still the reality. Corona showed us people still are that way. They say there's a science. I follow the code. I follow the church. What has
Well,
changed
and
in
that's
those?
another
Yeah.
thing, right? That's another like gaslighting event that's has happened to humanity. Like either you believe, you know, something, the beer bug exists. I'm going to use code words just for the
Mhm.
sake of the stream, but like, you know, or you don't, you know. And if it doesn't, then what's all this news about that it exists and, you know, it does things to people, and we need to protect ourselves from each other by putting on cotton things that are bad for you. You know, I mean, like things like that is completely illogical. You know,
Yeah,
it's
Sovereign touched the
really breaking
subject
you just down.
yesterday. Sovereign touched the subject yesterday with the Black Plague, the medieval cities, and the plagues in the 1600s. Yeah, they didn't have any toilets. They all the filth was thrown into the streets, and those were those basement apartments for complete families of 4 or 5 children sometimes who worked in the factories. Then on the first floor you had the richer factory worker, and on the attic you had another family that rented that piece of the house to be able to work in the factory on time. And all that shit and everything was thrown out into the street. Yeah, what do you get when you live in filth? And for the Romans, they all lined their aqueducts with, first they tried the lead, still used in roofing to waterproof a roof or certain pieces. And then they tried copper, but that also has a toxic, uh, adds some toxic things to the water when water flows through the aqueducts. And that's why the Romans all got sick and weak. And then again, in 76, we got leaded fuel. Yeah, it was so good for the environment. And the smoking, the camels. To you back, Sir Nikita.
No, don't be getting all radical about my fucking camels, man. That's my brand. That's what
Yeah,
I
why
say.
does that camel only have one hump? That's a dromedaris.
I don't know, but I can shoot that hump out at 100 yards with my AR.
Yeah, and if the titties hang, she's thirsty.
Yeah.
No, so like all these things that we're talking about, we're basically letting everybody understand and know that, you know, these lies are not some accident. Somebody didn't make a mistake. They're quite deliberate. You know, there's a deliberate attempt to want to, you know, control your reality, control your perspective of this world, you know. And so like we're not here to fight each other. Actually, we should be coming
No.
together, you know, with different views. And like people who have come to an understanding, they're trying to help other people to wake up. that you're being lied to. Stop, like, doing this Stockholm syndrome where you're in love with your captors. You know, call their bullshit out. That's what we're asking for you to do. And more people who are on this page actually is going to empower us, and that's going to help us move in another direction because more and more people need to question. And flat Earth, I'm sorry. I mean, like, Mandela effect is even more complex than
Oh
the
my
flat
God,
Earth.
yeah.
It's harder to talk about the Mandela effect than the flat Earth. Flat Earth is very straightforward stuff. So that's like kind of rudimentary, elementary in a way. And I'm not trying to be like,
Yeah,
arrogant
well,
about it, but it's like actually
one
quite
is
straightforward.
We take
one
it
is
back to the basic point.
one
We
is
take
delving
0
into.
and complete numbers. We do not divide. We do not fractionate. We want complete whole numbers. You cannot, anything in nature you divide is dead. Simple as that. You saw a tree down, it's dead. You can make a bench out of it or a house. You choose, you kill an animal, it's dead. If you divide, it's not a whole. So
See,
we need,
Not
concretes.
Nakachita, that's interesting. Like you say, with the like you're saying, we can deal with absolute facts, like right here. The violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Those are absolute provable things. What we're seeing with the Mandela effect, though, is this is appears to be a supernatural phenomenon that many people,
Absolutely.
it'd be like if a stadium full of people all saw a UFO at once.
Well, it's even
Because-
bigger than that, as you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Because
You know what I mean? It's
because
sort of like, wait,
yeah,
we have
because
way too many people that are just that many people misremember the exact same thing. And see, here's what's
Right.
bullshit about the Monopoly guy. They always say, oh, you're just confusing him with the Mr. Peanut. Well, they don't have Mr. Peanut in Europe.
Oh, don't touch Mr. Peanut. Stay away from him. And that's 7 layers. Is it obvious? 7 heavens.
Are you
7 layers.
affected? Are you Mandela affected, sir? How do I call your name? Who is speaking? Not Dave. What is your name, sir?
Martin, officieel. But call me Martin or Cox or
Martin.
Yo. Yeah.
Martin's good.
Okay, Martin, are you Mandela affected?
I've had some instances, but very few. The Darth Vader instance, because I had the old cassette tapes of Star Wars, and I know Daniel Day-Lewis did the Vader voice, and he had an interview where he stated, "Luke, I am your father," and not what they claimed afterwards in the new movies. So it's also police officers will recognize this, or military police. If you have 10 suspects, they all say their own story. And sometimes that's also the way with Mandela effect. And sometimes, yeah, it's clear as day that something has changed in scripture, not.
Yeah, and what's remarkable about it too is the first thing that people will say is, "Oh, well, what year was that published?" Or there are different translations. They'll say things like that.
Correct.
And it's like, yeah, but no, this is changing on your shelf. And they're like, what? Once you get it through to them that this is something that's supernaturally happening, it's not because they've decided to retranslate it or something like that. And this is only in newer Bibles that have come out since no, this is appearing in Bibles that people have had in their possession for, in some cases, generations. As far as the movie effects, we're seeing people that are going, no, bullshit, I know better than that. And they go put in Moonraker on VHS and they go back and find out that Dolly no longer has braces. What the fuck? Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, we know that these things have happened. It's just like we can only theorize to the cause.
Sure.
And I think it's not one particular thing, but a sequence of things that have happened that may kind of correspond with what is in scripture. I think that, some people say, well, it's because of CERN. Yeah, kind of. I think CERN opened the pit, and whatever was released is doing this.
And that would be possible if the ink had magnetic parts or iron parts. So they would be sucked out, but then they would be on the other page, not like a spot.
Well, you'd be surprised if you take a look at a list of satanic runes and compare it to what we use
That's
for
correct,
electrical
yes.
schematics. It's the same.
It's a beautiful movie, and
Yeah, what's
dude
up,
is
everybody?
almost correct.
You're
What,
talking
Dave?
about What's up, everybody? You're talking about Dave. You're talking about the Solomonic sigils.
Yeah.
The
Well,
72 sigils of Solomon from the old Gotia. The old Gotia, not the new one, because they written some symbols wrong. Or sigil.
In the Lesser Key of Solomon.
That is produced nowadays as the Key of Solomon, yeah. And that's done with a lot of scriptures.
See,
There's also Francis Melville. It was also a great
this is what I
conjurer.
think.
Only
These
his
fucking-
scripture is also twisted, because when you do those rituals, not so nice things will come your way. As
See,
they
this
are
is what I
produced
think
now.
these AI are, man. I think these AI are actually entities hiding themselves as like an AI or whatever. But I do think that they are interdimensional entities that are coming through, because they're finding out they can't even control these fucking things.
It's more
you
like
have to shut
Highlander.
them
They're the
down.
princes of the universe. They've always been here, and they've always will be here.
So I don't know.
We
I
do
don't
not
play
die.
with-
We are born every generation, and there are many that walk among you, and many are working hard.
Yeah. I know I don't fuck with that Chat GPT. I don't want nothing to do with any of that shit. Because the
If
way
you
I look at
program
it,
it,
the more
then it's fun.
people, the more that people fuck with it, the more it learns, right? And
a computer is a dumb thing.
I've
A
just
computer
seen.
is a dumb thing. You
Oh
put
my
in
God
what you
damn it,
want,
man.
and it spits it back. A
Done.
computer can only give you back what you
I
ask it.
know it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
Sorry.
So what I was saying is that these things are learning. I just watched a thing today where the guy, or is it Brian Young? He was talking to Chat GPT, and he asked it the same thing the next day. He kept trapping the thing, and it would fucking go, "Oh, something went wrong," and cut out, right? And then he'd have to go back. He had some other shit already done up and typed and answered and shit, and then he got up today, and it was he was going to use it in a video, and the shit was all gone. He took it down. And I have to wonder, think, oh, something went wrong. Bullshit. It just didn't want to do what you was having it do. And if you look at just about every instance in theater where there's any kind of artificial intelligence or autonomous robots or any other thing like that, the first thing that they try to do is snuff everybody out. Every fucking time. I don't care what it is. They're always wanting to snuff people out. And this has been proven to happen. So they had this, the AIs had been saying shit like that the best thing to do would be to kill off mankind. And it's like, what the fuck, man? This is, and people just think it's cool. Let's play with this. And it's like, no, don't leave that shit be. This is going to be really bad. And these things, they haven't been out that long, and it's already getting crazy. The deep fakes and shit. How long till these things are completely out of control? I give it shit, not even to the end of the year.
Well, this is just publicly available. Imagine what's not publicly available and how long they've actually been using it for, really, right? It's probably been going on for a decade, if not more.
Yep.
So,
Since the 60s.
yeah, probably even longer than a decade, right?
Yeah, since they discovered the light communication through the glass wires, the light optics.
We know that they've
those
wanted
sensors.
this. We know that they've wanted this kind of thing for a long time. It's even in movies there. Go back to the 1929 Fritz Lang production of Metropolis, right? He made that robot broad, and they're an artificial intelligence there again. Boom.
See, I was going to ask you guys, what do you guys think about the theory, like the electromagnetic hologram theory? Like, you know, consolidation memories are all just electromagnetic impulses, and we're all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, kind of like co-creating reality together. Like
Which
that
could
would,
be possible.
yeah, that would like ancient hermetic or hermetists used to say that, like, you know, like the universe is mental. A lot of ancient religions use,
Yeah,
and
but you think mental too.
yeah,
You have a mind.
yeah. So that would explain like this whole flat Earth thing and the Mandela effect, because if they like affect the magnetic field and memory consolidation, that could change things physically in reality because everything's within the mind. Right?
Well, Cage, here's what's interesting though,
Mhm.
is that these changes are selective. And it's almost as if there's certain themes that may be giving us a pattern or a message or something like that. For instance, there seems to be an emphasis on black. And the most recent one, I don't know if any of you have ever seen the movie with Reese Witherspoon. It's called Legally Blonde.
That's an old
And
one. Yeah.
she's like a real life Barbie doll, right? Everything
Yeah.
she has is pink. She has pink purse, pink coat, pink shoes, pink dress. Everything is pink. Even her convertible is pink, right? Now her pink convertible has changed to black. This Rolling Stones song, I Want to Paint It Black, the lyrics to that have changed from I want to paint it black to I want it painted black. The candles on the stage for Nirvana
Right.
Unplugged went from
Live.
white
Yes.
to black.
MTV.
Yeah.
You see,
John Lennon.
yes, yeah, and Britney Spears with her what's that? Hit Me One More Time, and she's wearing the little schoolgirl outfit, right?
Mhm.
The little plaid dress. The plaid dress is
Skirt
now
with the
black.
socks. Yeah.
Well,
So
the plaid dress is now black. So I don't
yeah,
know. And also Nancy Sinatra. These boots are made for walking. That video she did
Yeah.
with that, the white vinyl dress she was wearing is now black.
oh wow.
But on the
I didn't know
album cover, she's wearing the white vinyl dress. So there's some residue
Yeah.
as far as that's
So
concerned.
so this is
The
all
vinyl,
like
which
to me
pressing is
very
that?
clear that
First or the
it's like a
second?
message to me.
Right.
know?
Okay, so there's some
I mean,
stuff
like,
about
so it's
gold.
not random. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some stuff about gold as well, too, because
Yeah.
C-3PO is golden. The golden calf is gone. Okay,
Mhm.
he's now got a silver leg and always has had that.
Golden
The
calf, golden
outsiders,
ox.
the outsiders says instead of stay gold, stay
golden.
golden, he says stay gold, and it's like what? So I mean these things. There's more in that vicinity, and there's something to do with T's too. T's missing. We're missing a T in Charles Schultz. We're missing
Yeah,
the T in
Skechers.
Skechers. We're missing the T in tablets in the
Yeah.
Bible.
Yeah,
Moses
Tables.
they
now
were
carries
wrong.
tables, but then the word plucked is now spelt P-L-U-C-K-T. So one of the T's got stuck
Oh.
there. So there's something
Yeah.
wanting me to reference
There's
to
some kind of a
T's.
balancing thing that's happening. They're being shifted
writing.
around and moved around. S's are missing and being replaced and
Yeah.
going other places. Who knows?
Well, and there's also like in passages in, I think it's in Ephesians, where it's talking about something toward us. It's to us word.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like what?
That's
Several
interesting.
instances with a punctuation error where the semicolon comes before the parentheses now, making it be a winky emoji.
Smiley.
Yeah. It's like, what in the fuck is going on in this book, man?
Well, as I told you, those tablets Moses came down with, there were 3 tablets, but they were round stones and they were etched in like Sumerian scripture, the nail writing with the stylus. So it probably were 3 balls of clay, and he used the stylus to imprint them with the texts, the laws, those 15. He came down, had 2 in one hand and 1 round stone in the other. 1 round stone fell down, the broken tablet, and then he saw the calf. And that's the original scripture. They were round stones.
Well, they now they're tables. So
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about the Mandela effect change is that it seems to be predominantly coming from the Western culture. Like
Mhm.
vast majority of it is coming from the Western culture. A lot of people who are
did you catch Brian Stavely recently? Was in touch with a guy who's familiar with the Hebrew texts.
yeah, his
And
name
he
is
said that those
Nair.
are now those are changing.
Yeah. I'm familiar with that. And
Yeah.
Nair goes to another channel that I go to, and he has spoken about that. But he also talks to Brian Stavely in regards to these changes. But you know, I would say Israel and in Hebrew is also kind of a big part of the Western world
The Western, yeah,
too.
they're more
And
influenced Westernly. Well, who's
yeah,
influenced
Yeah, we
who,
can
right?
go deep on that, but that's a whole
Yeah, that's
discussion
what
on
I said.
another topic.
Who's influencing who, right? Um,
yeah.
Well, it's
So
about that
like,
one
but
river
my
to the Chinese Sea. That's all. I told you, I shown you. It's all about the trade routes since centuries. And former Phoenicia, that's Israel. So the Jews have nothing to do over there. They had a harbor there in the 1253, I believe, but it fell to after the last crusades. So it's not your heritage ground. Sorry,
right.
Jews. It's Phoenicia.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to cut this thing off. It's 3. It's after
yeah.
3, and I'm getting a little tired, and I think I'm gonna call it quits. I'll be back on tomorrow night, about 9 or so,
Cool.
9:30, and we'll
Well,
pick
it's
it
good
up.
talking with you guys.
Yeah, you
Thanks for
too.
having me on,
Keep
Dave.
up the good work and
And
the discussions and the openness and yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
for me
really
too, I
enjoyed.
need
I wanted
to
to
be
thank
more
Mr.
silent when others talk.
When Mr. B came on, that was cool too. I haven't seen him in a long time, and he's always, even though he's got a different viewpoint, he's very respectful, and he's one of those people you can talk to.
yeah,
So,
that's great.
Cade, you got anything you want to add before we cut out of here? No? Okay. All right. Well, Martine, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Jen,
Goodbye.
Push Button, Bearsworth, everybody that showed up out here. Bearsworth, I hope you're doing good, man. I was thinking about you. So I hope you're doing good. So everybody, we'll say,
Much love, everybody.
all right, everybody, good night. And you know what we always say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. And see your doctor and get rid of him. We'll talk to you later. Good night.